All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Is there a motion to accept this report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Dear most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day and we thank you for your many blessings. We thank you that you bless our country with those that continue to serve the Lord in so many capacities. We lift this court up, Lord. We lift this county up, that you may bless it, Lord, that you help guide our leaders as we move forward. We ask that you be with those that need you in a special way, watch over and care for them, Lord. We also lift up our church. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen. And I'd like to ask Pattern Service Officer Steve Hernandez to lead us in the pledge.
Please join the pledge. Pledge of allegiance
To
the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one indivisible. All right, thank you. If there's anyone here to speak to the court on business matters, please do so at this time. All right, seeing none, just want to make a little announcement. Cookie Monster has come to the courthouse today, and I want to ask representatives from Texas Agri-Life that are here this morning. Some of them are here this morning to tell us a little bit about what's going on and why you appreciate us.
Well, just thank you. It's an annual event. We'll come to the courthouse and just have cookies, punch, coffee, just to say thank you. It's a small gesture, but really appreciate the support from county judge and county commissioners. Not all counties are as blessed as we are to have individuals that are as involved in our activities as well as just providing that day-to-day support. Appreciate you and just know that we know we are blessed to have you in our corner. Just thank you. And during the break, please come out and have some coffee, punch, and cookies.
Who all do you have here today?
Today, Jared Muir, our natural resource agent, Madeline is our 4-H agent, Rachel, our FCH agent, one of the secretaries, Dana Garrett's here, and April Strickland, our BLT agent.
Okay, great. Well, we appreciate everything you folks do, and I know you're paid to do your job, but y'all do it with passion, and it's easy to see that. And what we have coming out of our youth today that y'all have been working with through the years, and I've seen you in action, and I'm very impressed, and I think all people would be. So thank y'all very much.
Thank y'all.
All right. Okay. All right. We have no proclamations or resolutions this morning, but under the consent agenda, we've got 3 pulls, E3A, E3B, E3B1, E3B2, and E3C. Are there any other pulls recommended? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls previously mentioned?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, I'd like to hold those pulls for discussion and go to Under item L1, I'd like to ask Wes Allison to come up and talk about our Texas Fair and Expo Event Center authorization of capital improvements project.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, gentlemen. I appreciate the opportunity as you have afforded us at the fair to allow us to have some capital improvements done each year by the county court to improve our facility for serving our needs and those of our participants and exhibitors and all those kind of things. And so what you have before you is a lighting project. It's hard to believe that the show pavilion opened in 2002, so it's been open 22 years, and there's much more efficient ways to light things. Let's just put it that way. So as we normally do, we go out and look for opportunities to improve our facility, and so this is one of our service providers that we solicited bids from. And this is a project to replace all the lights in the show pavilion and the covered arena. So previously last year we did the arena proper in the Extraco arena inside where we show horses primarily. We've done the outside as well. So after this, we'll work on the Coliseum and try to improve it. So some of those lights are still mercury vapors. We've replaced a few over the years, but this will get it all the same and make it much more efficient. And for us, it's about the heat load because those horses being in those stalls in that building, this reduces that heat load by going to an LED fixture. So.
Okay, LEDs is what
Yes, sir. There'll be LEDs all the way through. That includes all the restrooms, concession areas, those kind of things will be a part of that.
you bet.
All right. Any other questions for Wes?
Make a motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, guy.
Okay, going back to, I guess we'll go to the pull items at this time. Under E3A, no action needed. Under E3B1, HR matter for the sheriff's office. So, Anna?
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I have here a request from the Sheriff's Office to rehire retiree Susan Gonzalez. The position was posted to the public. This is a records assistant position she's being hired into. The posting met policy requirements, the posting accepted applications for the required 5 days, and Susan's dates of employment and break-in service also meet the retiree policy requirements as well. So we've reviewed this and do recommend for approval.
Are there any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, going to items E3B2, HR matter for jail.
Yes, sir. This item here is a request from the jail, a request to fill a vacancy prior to the exhaustion of PTO accrued by the exiting employee. This is LVN position 1350. So it's a jail medical position or Jack Harwell medical position. The position is vacant as of June 29th, and it's not set to exhaust the PTO until August 7th. But the jail requests the ability to fill the vacancy as soon as today to allow the ability to backfill this nursing position as they have very little room for staffing shortage in each shift. So that's the purpose of this.
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right, going to item E3C, HR matter for Constable Precinct 5.
Yes, sir. This request here is an approval to appoint and hire a part-time deputy constable. Local government code and policy require court approval to appoint a constable deputy, part-time or full-time, and so that's what this request is. The position was posted to the public and accepted applications for the required 5 days, and the applicant meets the minimum requirements outlined in the job description, and the constable's office has ensured the applicant meets TQual standards. They want to hire this person. It's Christopher Johnson into position number 854, effective July 3rd.
You have a recommendation?
Yes, sir, I would recommend, we've reviewed this against policy, and we would recommend the appointment.
Motion to approve.
Is this in the budget?
That's what I was going to ask. It's a budget.
Yes, sir.
Because I thought at some point, you know, there's all this horse trading going on between, giving up part-time for a full-time and this and that. I thought we had, somewhere along the way, we had given up.
That may not have been for this department. This, yeah, this department has expressed the need to maintain their part-time line item.
So there is part-time line item in this
I'm
department?
pulling it up.
I think what we did is agreed to give them one, which leveled the playing
Yes, for
field.
Constable 5, there was 15,000 included in the budget for part-time. They've spent right at half of that for the year, so there's sufficient funds there to cover that for the rest of the year.
Thank you, Francis.
Thanks.
All right, is there, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Oh, second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that is all the pulled items under the consent agenda. Dustin, you want to pick it up from here?
Yes, sir. So we can move on to item F, bids, RFPs, RFQs. F1's authorization of surveying and engineering proposal with GLS regarding Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service parking or paving improvements. Zane?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Just wanted to, this was deferred from the last court session. And what it is a engineering proposal to do land surveying and civil engineering to refurbish the parking lot at the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service location, which includes that building, but also that building also houses some IT and some additional storage for leftover materials and equipment. And so it's a fairly large parking lot. The proposal from GLS, which is a local engineering and surveying firm, is for $37,900. And I would just like direction on how the court would like to proceed.
I know we discussed last time that seemed like a lot for a parking lot that size, and could we find like Waco Paving or somebody that would just come out and do all of this? And I don't know where everybody stands on that, but,
I drove over there,
Okay?
drove it, actually drove it. The front's not in bad shape. The driveway down the side's got 2 or 3 potholes, and then the back is the worst shape of it all. I too would like to see us, even if we stayed within the law as far as
We
aggregating.
will stay within the
Oh,
law.
yeah. Breaking it up in 2 different, the back is so much different than the front. We wanted to do one of it this year and the next one next year, something like that. But I'd like to see us look at just a paving company and ask them to come in and give us a quote. If it goes over 50,000, then they need to know up front we have to bid it on redoing the parking lot. Yeah.
So, would 50,000 do that parking lot? I mean, if,
just because I know we're dealing with it at the EOAC on this new building that we
Yeah.
bought. Waco Paving came in and looked at it and gave us a bid based off of what they thought. There is some foundational issues, some base failures there.
Their bid include crack sealing or base replacement where they had base failures.
Half of it, yes. The other half, we're just going with a simple, not a chip seal, but a
Slurry
slurry seal
seal?
on it, yeah. But it's 142, the parking lot's 142 parking spots.
Okay.
So it's a big parking lot compared to what we're dealing with over here.
Yeah.
What was the cost?
63,000. So if we
You know the
could,
square footage on that?
so you,
100 and how many parking lots?
142 spots.
Okay.
You remember,
What building
the
is it?
barbecue place on Valley Mills Drive?
Underwood's.
Underwood's Cafeteria.
Oh,
It's
okay.
that parking
So is it, and that parking lot goes around behind the building,
And all the
right?
way back to the
All the way
fence.
back to the fence?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean, that's roughly, I would almost estimate, in thinking about that, this is probably gonna be a little bit, our building's gonna be a little bit smaller than that. In my opinion, just.
So-
There's nothing going on at the back other than just bringing storage in.
Right.
It's the front and just a very small portion of the side that really has any traffic.
Well, if trailers come in, like,
Yeah.
which do, they have to go back there and turn around, which
That's
is
where-
causing part of the problem,
Yeah, that's part of the problem.
likely too.
But just to
But
see.
you were gonna, excuse me just a minute,
Yes.
you were calculating 140.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if this is correct. I was doing a quick calculation, about 25,000 square feet,
25.
something like that. What I did
In the
was.
ballpark, yes.
In the ballpark. So I said, you know, a parking lot, regular car is about 20 feet long. The parking stall is about 9 feet wide. Then times 142 of them, it gets you about a little over, 25,000 square feet.
So what you're saying,
What I would like to see is, if this is our only route to go, I understand that. But could we seek an alternative route by contacting a couple of the local companies here? And Ken, you probably know who they are, but I know Waco Paving is one that. Barnett, and just, let's just weigh it and see.
So if we get, let's say, 3 proposals, 3 bids, not bids, but proposals, quotes from 3 different companies, and they're all 3 over $50,000, we're going to have to bid it.
right,
And in order to bid it, I would think we'd want to have plans and specs, which then we're going to need.
Well, they didn't ask for any of that on the parking lot over there. They just, that's what they do. And they just said, we'll come in and here's what we'll do for this area right here and here's a price.
Was there any curb and gutter work?
No.
Okay, no flat work, no concrete flat work?
I think if we go to 3 different companies, you're gonna have to make sure we get on the quotes, apples and apples.
Well, I'll just share, I'm kind of in that right now on a situation where we didn't have clear specs on a job. And the disparity is kind of wide, and I'm working now trying to figure out, and it was quotes that we did, but, it's like it ranges from $750,000 to $1.3 million. And I've got to figure out how to bring that.
what were the factors that caused that big disparity?
That's what I'm working on,
Yeah.
trying to figure out.
Yeah.
And
I
I'll
tend to
share.
agree with Zane that if you're going over $50,000 and we're gonna have to bid this out, we need to have the specs on it. And if we want it to last, if we just wanna put something down to get by, then that's fine, but if we want it to last,
Well, this job I'm talking about is a full redo. I mean, they're gonna come in and they're gonna, now the back part is just a slurry seal. I guess all I'm getting at is it would be very frustrating to me to spend almost more on specs than we would on the job. That would be very frustrating to me.
Yeah. Well, I think the only way we know is just get somebody to come out there and give us this is what I would do if I were gonna do it, A, B, C, this is what I would charge, and see what we get.
And we may end up right back here. I would just,
It's a good possi-
I would
good
just rather
possibility.
we look at
Yeah.
at a way to save some money before we commit to all of this.
is there, that doesn't back up to any, like,
Backs up
entrance
to the Little League fields, Will.
right. So there's no access,
I see what
there'd be no need for any access all the way through that parking lot does that go? No, that's Cobb's. So there's the trash center. So, Yeah, no, never mind.
It dead ends. to the
Yeah,
back.
right, it doesn't have any access or
The only-
need for access to the HOT.
There was some discussion at one
Right,
time
I
about
thought
potentially
that's right,
getting
yeah,
an
I thought there
easement
was, yes.
around that, the back side of that adjacent property,
Yeah.
which is owned by another organization.
Or Texas Housing Authority or something like that.
Realtors.
Realtors,
The
yeah.
Realtors own one, and then I think
There's a Masonic Lodge.
Masonic Lodge owns the other.
Yeah.
And so having an easement that goes all the way back to that other side street, public street, would allow traffic and large trailers, heavy vehicles to pull in and then pull on out versus doing any turning movements, which tears up parking lots, so.
And to that extent, does AgriLife have trailers that come in there and turn around a lot? Heavy trailers? I mean, we could ask.
Unfortunately, they left. I don't know their operations. I would say no, but, you know,
I think it'd be more us, our people coming
Yeah.
out to store stuff.
yeah.
Well, we can hold off and go out there and ask
Yeah.
Dr. McClellan.
Yeah, way far off.
So,
Would it be possible just to get a ballpark quote on doing something, just out of curiosity, to see where we are? I think that's what the commissioner's looking at.
I think purchasing and engineering can work together to try to get some quotes, at least give us a ballpark baseline.
Who's doing that parking lot? I say we go ask them.
Waco Pay?
TJ just shot me a text right quick, and he said, could y'all defer one more time, because he does have someone that he's in discussion with.
Hey, we're the group.
So I'd make a motion to defer.
Second?
have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Benny.
F2 is authorization of quote with Smartsheet for support upgrades for information technology, and I believe this item needs to be deferred.
I'll
Motion
make
to
a motion,
defer.
we defer.
Second?
Motion made, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Item F3, authorization of recommendation for bid 24-009 McLennan County Highway 6 gel roof project. Ken?
Yeah, so we got quite a bit of response on this. We received a bid from CS Advantage USAA for $1,775,000. We received a bid from L. Wallace Construction for $2,656,667. RGO Roofing, $2,270,820. AA National Roofing, $1,624,940. The Roof Company of Waco, $1,338,456. Johnson Roofing, $2,635,951. LD Tebben, $1,614,463.46. And then JGA Roofing Systems for $1,868,420. I will share that we had a bid come in just after the deadline that I had to reject because it was late. The due time was 2 o'clock, and they came in just after that. But so saying, we recommend that McLennan County grant the award for the McLennan County Jail at 3201 Marlin Highway to the Roof Company Waco LLC for the sum of $1,338,456. They were the low bid, and we provided a bid tabulation.
There was 3 bids that were like in the $2.6 million range, and this was 1.3, almost 4. I mean, that's $1.3 million between the highest and, I mean, I don't understand that. That's either those 3 have too much business and they're only gonna bid high margin, or,
A lot of times that's true.
yeah, so, and then, so why doesn't this other company have too much business?
Well,
Who is the roof
Well,
company?
I think Austin is trying to get, it's Austin Montgomery.
yes, Austin Montgomery.
And so I think he's really trying to get out there and,
It just
And he-
depends on where they're at in their project.
Yeah, he broke off from his, Montgomery Construction's the one that did redid the statue on top of the
Yeah,
courthouse.
I know exactly who that
Oh, okay. Well, and Austin broke off and just kind of took the roofing part of that company. So we have some history, so.
And I would have full faith and confidence in him.
I do. I do. I know Austin, so.
May I ask a question, or
Yeah.
two questions rather? So I apologize because I've asked this before, I think, but I need to remember, is any piece of this related to the settlement from TAC for the damage, any
No,
hail damage?
the Highway 6 roof was not.
Nothing related there, okay.
in that.
And so then, if you approve today and whatever vendor you choose, we will do a budget amendment within one of our bond funds, is where we'll move forward with this, if that's acceptable with you.
Oh, and to share, we had a roofing consultant, Childress Consulting, Tony Capucci, and TJ, my new assistant, Tim Kubos. We all reviewed the bids, and we all pretty much agreed that that the roof company could do this.
What's the warranty?
We're doing a 30-year warranty on the roof at the jail, and then a 5-year
Is that with
workmanship.
the material provider, or who's
Yeah,
warranty
yes.
is with?
I'm sorry, TJ, do you remember that?
Yeah, so Judge, the material provider is the 30-year NDL. The great thing about the Roof Co. Is Austin has agreed to do a 20-year workmanship, which is completely unheard of. I mean, you may see 2 at best. We always ask for a 5 because we want that additional support, but they're going to provide a 20-year. So that's the great thing about the Roof Co. And I completely recommend moving forward with those guys.
Okay. All right.
Motion to approve the award bid to the roof company Waco for the sum of $1,388,456.
338,000.
$1,338,456.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any other discussion? I just say I got a reservation, that's just too much difference, but I'll go along with the recommendation of our staff and commissioners, so call for a vote, call for a vote.
Commissioner Smith,
Aye.
Judge Felton.
Aye.
Commissioner Jones.
Aye.
Commissioner Perry.
Aye.
Pass. All right.
All right, moving on to item G, contracts and interlocal agreements. G1 is authorization of contract for services with Greater Waco Collective Impact Initiative doing business as Prosper Waco. Back in February, the court approved Prosper Waco leading the behavioral health leadership team, and this is just a contract that memorializes that agreement. Funding is $200,000 for 1 year, and the term of this agreement is March 1st, 2024 to February 28th, 2025.
All right. Any questions anyone would have?
Is this funded out of ARPA or what?
We had looked at potentially using opioid funding.
Okay, sure.
Opioid
I
funds for
remember now.
this.
Yeah,
It's just been a while since we talked about it,
Yeah.
but I think. we
I remember
supported
now.
this.
Mhm.
Any questions about it? Any memory jogging needed? It's been a while.
Motion to approve the agreement with Prosper Waco.
Second.
All right, motion made and second. Any other discussion? Discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those pass.
G2 is authorization of addendum to intergovernmental agreement and lease a facility with Heart of Texas Behavioral Health Network for Community Crisis Triage and Respite Center. Judge?
Yeah, this is, so Behavioral Health Network came to us. There's some grant funding out there that would only require us to use in-kind, which would be the value of our building, to be a part of it. They would they're applying for $500,000 for, I guess you'd call it leasehold improvements, although they only pay $1 a year. But it would convert the center to meet criteria for a sobering center that would be utilized by folks that are arrested for DWI or under the influence of something, and, but did not commit any other criminal offense, assaults or anything like that. And it would keep them out of the jail process, being processed through the jail, being processed here. And they would have medical attention until they became able to function on their own. If it comes back that we have to do anything with financially, then I would bring it back to the court for consideration. But otherwise, I recommend this, getting $500,000 worth of leasehold improvements on a facility that's really pretty rough. We've done ADA work and some other things, but it's
What's the address of this facility?
on Clifton Street.
The Clifton Street?
Yeah.
Yes, it's the old juvenile on Clifton Street.
What condition, would TJ know right now?
Yeah, he was part of this.
What condition do you find the building to be in right now, TJ? I mean, is this gonna help the bones of it, or is this just cosmetic?
So this is purely cosmetic. The bones of the building are in pretty good shape themselves. We went through with the ADA project a couple of years ago and put a new roof on it. Did all the things. There was some fascia work done to the building, I think, right before I got here. So it's in decent shape. But the majority of this stuff is going to be cosmetic, it only helps the building out on the inside and makes it a nicer environment for their clients. I reviewed it and walked it with them last Wednesday, I believe it was. So nothing they're wanting to do is out of the extreme. I mean, there's a few little lighting things, security lighting here and there, and then everything else is pretty much flooring and paint.
Sounds good.
A little landscaping and a little on the security fence.
Yeah.
This is the one where the roof was leaking really, really bad and all that stuff.
Yeah, it had a lot of issues and it was not ADA compliant.
Sure.
So all that was done.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
All right, moving on down to G3, authorization of agreements for services with Millard Real Estate Advisors. G3A is regarding real estate consulting right-of-way acquisition services for Thompson Road Bridge project. And G3B is those services for 7 Mile Lane Road Bridge project. Same?
Yes, sir. So these two bridges are located in Precinct 2. One's on 7 Mile Lane, the other's on Thompson Road. The Thompson Road Bridge is currently closed due to TxDOT's recommendation. And so it's going to be replaced. We have engineering plans, and those are being finalized. The 7 Mile Road Bridge also is in bad repair and needs to be replaced. We have engineering plans for it too, so it's time now to purchase the right-of-way necessary to build a new bridge in the future. And so these two proposals from Millard Real Estate Advisors Incorporated will allow us to, for that company to negotiate the acquirement of right-of-way on the county's behalf. The one on Thompson Road, his proposal is for $9,860, and his proposal for acquiring right-of-way on 7 Mile Lane Bridge is $8,200. It would be a total of $18,060 for 7 parcels, and it's recommended for approval.
That's his fee, but not the.
That's his fee. That's his fee to negotiate on behalf of.
Can you let me know who the landowner that we would be contacting on Thompson Road would be?
On Thompson Road, I believe it's Lane, Selman, and then another Lane owns, and then Watson and Larson.
Okay, so let's do that, and then I'd like to talk to those folks and get them to see if they'll maybe deed that property over to us, because it's improving all the access and everything up and down that road.
It would be a purchase of the property. It's not getting an easement, it's purchasing the land.
That's what I know, but see if they will.
See if they'll give it to us.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right.
Because we're making it better out there.
Yeah.
We're gonna spend a lot of money on those projects.
Watson family's been generous on a lot of things in the
Right.
past, and Selman's too.
All right, sure.
Okay.
Can do.
Any questions, for Zane on the, bid for Millard's fees on, working on the right of ways? Okay? What's your
Motion
pleasure?
to approve G3A and G3B.
Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
G4 is authorization of an MOU with Track Solutions. This is for monitoring devices for specialty court. So in the specialty court program, the offenders have the option to choose a vendor that is approved by the court for these monitoring devices. If this vendor is selected, there's a list of services in the packet that will be provided by Track and charged to the county. There is grant funding available that reimburses the county for this expense, and we do have a 30-day out should that grant funding cease to be available. So this has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions for Dustin?
Is this what yesterday we spoke to in our, didn't somebody come in yesterday and talk about some grant funding?
That
in the
was for
special-
Veterans Court.
Oh, that was Veterans Court?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay.
And we do have this with some other vendors. We have this set up with them very similarly.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
G5 is authorization of current agreement statement of work renewal with Civic Plus. This is for Civic Clerk, agenda minutes management, and CP Media software. John?
Morning.
Morning.
This item is, this is technically a renewal. The reason it's coming to you is they've got a new statement of work. It's a larger uplift than we're used to. We're used to about a 5% increase every year. This is a one-time 18% increase, as you can see. This actual agenda item is not related to the money per se, but just the agreement to have it signed, because this agreement runs through September 30th. So this would actually hit us at October 1 of FY '25. We do have this budgeted, so we've got it all, we've known about this for a while. It has been reviewed and legally reviewed and is recommended for approval.
All right, any questions?
So after this initial approval, there'll be a 5% uplift each year of the agreement.
Correct.
Why a one-time hit of such a large proportion?
They gave us frequently asked questions, which is in your pack or should be, but it's basically they're just claiming the whole inflation and things they've had to do. They've got a couple of, I don't know if I should call them excuses in public, but I will.
Why is Civics Plus increasing its solution prices?
Yeah.
Combination of many factors. New pricing. You want me to read this?
Yeah, it's.
Is there one on there that says because we want more money?
Can we opt out
Basically.
of your additional services?
The only option to opt out, of course, is to choose a different product. This is Civic Clerk, by the way. I didn't mention this, but it's the product that we use for the courts and to have the agendas available to the public and everything. It's pretty important to us.
I believe so.
Okay, any other questions for John?
Motion to approve the renewal.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
G6, authorization of rental schedule agreement with RDO Equipment for Road and Bridge Precinct 2. Ken?
Yes, I was contacted by Precinct 2. They need to rent a small excavator. They're needing to replace the culvert. The rental agreement with RDO and daily is $907.83. Weekly, $2,723.48, and monthly, $8,170.43. I did not check with her to see how long they were actually going to rent that, but that's the rental schedule. And anyway, I think she's here if you need to ask any questions.
Tracy, any idea how long it take to do the project? I said, do you have any idea on how long it'll take to do this project? In other words, how long will we need this equipment?
Probably about, what they're guesstimating is about 3 to 4 weeks.
So the monthly, The monthly would be the,
Yeah, the $2,723.48.
At the most, I would say about 3 weeks, but just to make sure the weather permits and the crews are able to get it done in a timely manner, probably 3 or 4 weeks.
okay? What's pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G7 is authorization of Y-Weight program agreement with Quadient Leasing USA. This is county clerk mailing machine. Steve Callis, I don't know if Steve's in the courtroom.
Don't seem,
All right, so this essentially, there's new technology requirements that make it necessary to upgrade this machine by the end of the year. The lease actually runs through February 5th, 2025. But by signing this agreement, it lets the new postage meter go ahead and be ordered, delivered, and installed before the end of the year, which is when those technology upgrades need to be completed by.
okay?
And we should be seeing more of these with the number of mail machines that we have out there, just saying.
Okay. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G8 is ratification of interagency agreement, memorandum of understanding, and multidisciplinary team working protocols with Children's Advocacy Center for McLennan County Sheriff's Office. Major Ives?
Yes, this was an agreement and there's no financial implication with this. This is simply us stating that we're going to attend the multidisciplinary team meetings with the Child Advocacy Center, as well as prosecute crimes, things that are just within the scope of our law enforcement duties as well. It's something that we already do. We're going to continue to do it. It's an important sector for us to engage with. So they turned this into us with a very short time frame. So if the judge wants to comment on that, but we had to get an agreement back to them by a particular date, and we're just putting this on here so that the court's aware that we're going to be engaging or continuing to engage in these activities with the Child Advocacy Center.
So I signed it and I'm asking for ratification.
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Moving on to item H, capital improvement and construction projects. H1s regarding McLennan County downtown jail remodel for courtrooms and office space. Agreement with Brinkley Sergeant Wigington, authorization of invoice number 20. This invoice totals $141,670.58. It's a large part of that is on the design and development work that they are doing that we are currently reviewing or getting that information back. I know TJ has been reviewing it, so this has been reviewed and is recommended for approval.
Has there been any work on bid proposals?
So we have to, after the design development work comes in, it'll move to construction documents. So Kevin and John Bennett are working on that in the background, but there'll be submittals that are due on September the 1st, I believe, Ken or TJ, and then Commissioner, they can start building those bid packages at that date to be able to get that early work bid out and then brought to Commissioner's Court. I think we're shooting for December, that first meeting in December to be able to award those or to approve the interim GMPs.
How are we setting an original timeline if we
Yeah,
make-
I guess that would be a good question.
So Judge, we had, as you know, because you had requested us to speed them up a little bit, we had asked to knock some couple of weeks out of the schedule, and I believe they're sticking to that now. It took a little while in June to get some of the documents, but I think things are starting to flow better now. The big deadline will be that September 1st to get those construction documents. And TJ, feel free to add anything.
No, Dustin hit it right on the head. So we actually pushed them, kind of moved the schedule back a full month almost. We were looking at the end of December, but we don't want to get that close. We've got to get some things allocated and some things done before the end of December. So we want to make sure we hit that first court date in December, just in case something happens. We have to fall into the second one or defer something. So things are moving along really good. They're progressing well. Denny and them have finally started pushing out a lot of documents. The DDs look great. We reviewed them yesterday, Ken and Zane and I. I think Kevin and them are touring the facility right now with Brinkley Sargent's head architect, just to make sure there's nothing outstanding that needs to be gone over. So they'll put together the preliminary budget over the next few weeks, actually probably about the next month or so. And then like Dustin was saying, early September, we'll actually have those documents and go out for hard numbers and come back to court that first week in December for approval.
Okay.
And again, this is the early work packages. It's not for the entire project. It's just for the early work packages we're trying to do to get them done before the ARPA deadline.
Yeah. Right. Okay. All right, any other questions, comments?
Well, I think it'd been a couple of meetings since we'd had any updates, and I think we had all expressed some concerns about those percentage of completions not moving forward, but going back and looking a couple of meetings and making comparisons, those completion percentages are moving up, and some of them significantly, so pleased to see that.
Well, if there's any delays in this September 1st, and then, I mean, that's, we're gonna be up against it, so.
Okay. All right, any other questions, comments? All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H2 regarding Chapel Road improvements, bid 23-013, agreement with Kasperian Underground, doing business as H&B Contractors, authorization of change order number 1. Zane?
Yes, sir. So this is a change order for Chapel Road improvement project from H&B Contractors. It's been vetted by our consultant, Walker Partners, as well as the City of Waco. The change order number 1 is for $55,406.65 and only affects the water line portion of the project. So that's why the City of Waco has reviewed it. And the change order revision or increase is due to the alternate A that was bid out and accepted, which is a 24-inch water line. And so they need to, the original base bid was for a 16-inch water line. And so they need to upgrade some of the fittings from 16-inch to 24-inch. And so that's where the 55,000 plus change orders coming from for those pieces and parts.
That's on us, not on Waco?
So, right, so this entire project is through us, but the water line portion, Waco's paying for everything water line.
So this
Change
comes
order
out of
goes-
that, then,
Right, it
right?
goes to them.
That's right, they're paying,
Yeah.
they will have to reimburse us this 55,000,
Yeah, that was my question.
406.65.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, the City of Waco, we've already received the $6 million amount from them, and we're holding that. And then as you approve invoices, we pull from that to pay their portion, so.
They're not a credit risk.
So if the court were to approve this change order, then the county would request from the city to be reimbursed, reimbursed.
Yeah, out of the funds it's already
Out of what we already.
paid.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the six-
but
the
I
six-
guess
the-
So the 6 million, are they gonna add to that 6 million?
Correct.
For this $55,000
Correct.
change? Okay,
Correct.
good.
We'll make sure we receive that 55,000 if you approve it.
Okay,
We've already received from the city of Waco their full amount for their portion of the project, which is roughly $6 million. This is a little piece additional that they want to increase, and they will be responsible financially for.
They're responsible for
That's
it.
correct.
okay, I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
That motion is second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Real
Thank you.
quickly too, Zane.
Yes, sir.
I'm hearing a lot of good things from the folks that live there normally in a project like that. I'm getting lit up, and what I'm hearing now is how responsive everybody is and how well the project's going, so be sure and
Thank you for the feedback. I will say that it's been a good working relationship with H&B Contractors, and again with Walker Partners, same consulting firm that helped us on Surrey Ridge Road in Precinct 1 and Spiegelville Road in Precinct 4. So this, I was very confident and have continued to have good success with Walker Partners. And so far, we've had good success with H&B Contractors. I'm very pleased with their work effort. So thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you. All right,
Let's see, did we vote on that yet?
Yes, sir.
Oh, we did, no, we hadn't voted. We did?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so Dustin, we're going to, under budget amendments.
Yes, sir. So I-1s regarding the FY24 budget.
All right, Francis?
Thank you. So starting with I1A, this is a budget amendment in the general fund for the 74th District Court. They are they're requesting to move between supplies and furniture and equipment, and that's to cover some cost related to some AV upgrades there in their office, camera feed and screens, televisions.
Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't good. I-1B, this is General Fund 170th District Court, requesting to move within their department from other services and charges to professional development, and it's to cover some additional cost related to conference travel. I-1C is a certification of revenue and budget amendment, so this is certifying the insurance proceeds for the total loss that you approve for the 2001 Dodge Durango. So the amount is $42,672. So we're certifying those proceeds, and then we are increasing the contingencies line with that amount in the general fund. So if you'll remember, they requested to purchase a vehicle to replace it, so we moved from contingencies the first time. So we're replacing that amount there and getting contingencies back to the level that it was.
This is the one that caught fire?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I-1D, this is Fund 120, the County Records Management and Preservation Fund for the District Clerk, as well as General Fund. So this budget amendment is to increase software licensing in those funds to cover EDOC costs for the remainder of the year. And so we're moving within both of those funds and within the district clerk's department, specifically within both of those funds to make those increases. I-1E, this is general fund for elections. They're requesting to move from the line item for election workers and then the line item for voter registration certificates into supplies. And this is to cover costs for the remainder of this fiscal year. I-1F, this is Fund 130, the Justice Court Building Security Fund. This is a request just to move from the contingencies in that fund into capital outlay. You have previously approved to purchase a metal detector for the JP2 building. And so this isn't just an additional cost that was needed once the project was done. So we're just requesting to increase it to the total invoice amount. I-1G, this is in Fund 419, our 2019 bond proceeds. We're requesting to move from the contingencies in that fund into the line items specific to the project for Patton Branch Road. So you approved this project on the June 18th agenda, and this is for the engineering services with BGE. I-1H1, this is Fund 421, our 2021 bond proceeds. This is an increase to the line items that we are going to be using for the downtown jail conversion project for the Judicial Center. This covers some professional services with Langerman Engineering. And so you had previously approved an agreement in April and then one on the June 18th agenda. So we're increasing the line item there to accommodate those costs. I-1H2, also Fund 421, 2021 bond proceeds. This is to increase the line item for Panther Branch Road. So we originally had an estimate in there of what that was going to cost. Now the agreements have, over the years, have added up and we now know the full cost at this point in time of that $1,286,618. And so we just need to increase that line to bring it up to match the agreements that have been approved to date. I-1I, this is General Fund for Information Technology. They are requesting to move from supplies in their department, but also requesting to move from contingencies in the general fund. And this is to cover the purchase of a scope meter for their office to be able to utilize, as well as to cover the cost of the Solid IT network firewall maintenance renewals. And you approved that on the June 18th agenda. And the firewall charge is what is specifically being asked for from contingencies. I-1J, this is general fund for Jack Harwell Detention Center, requesting to move from full-time employees to other services and charges to cover costs for the remainder of the year. I-1K, this is general fund JP11, and the judge is requesting to move from the postage line to supplies to cover costs for the remainder of the year. And that
Okay, any questions on any of those? If not, is there a motion to approve I-1A through I-1K?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. Dustin?
All right, and I-2's the FY25 budget. Do we want to hold this until later?
Yes, sir.
All right, moving down to I-2B, we can go ahead and do this. It's McLennan County Appraisal District discussion and action regarding their 2025 budget allocation. So it is in your packet, and it's noted that it's an estimate and it'll change depending on the 2024 levy. And so just as a reminder, they send this to us now. Their board meets in September, and then they approve the final budget, and will be sent notice at that time of the public hearing 10 days prior.
Okay. Any questions on that? Comments?
Their total budget is increasing 12%?
No, it's gonna be,
9%.
it's 9, and it's a decrease, well, it's a 9% increase is what it ends up at, so. Which is, it again, like if historically, this budget has stayed extremely low for many years. And as we're growing now, we're probably gonna see some small increases coming up.
Have they finished their, or started on their expansion projects
Not yet,
out there?
not yet.
So how is that gonna affect us on our costs?
It won't, we're gonna be able to do it without adding any additional, increases to the entities through, so we've got everything settled so far, and then what we've been doing is small amounts of money that come up at the end of the year that can come back to the entities. It's such a small amount that it really is insignificant, so we've held on to those to be able to fund the building project and not have to come back and ask for an increase.
Y'all taking on any debt to handle that?
We'll take on less than what we just paid off. So we had to pay debt, and then we've got an agreement for another vendor. So we're actually paying off less than what we'll finance.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Not, is there a motion to approve this request?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
We have nothing under item J this week. Under item K, grants, grant proposals. K1 is our ARPA discussion, and I know we will be working on a update with Francis on that on a future agenda. K1A is approval of blanket orders for beneficiary and subrecipient agreements. We need to keep this deferred.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
K2 is regarding the Texas Bar Foundation authorization of grant application for specialty court. Specialty court is requesting authorization to submit a grant application to the Texas Bar Foundation for a sober living support and assistance project. Funding would total $20,160 to provide stable transitional housing for individuals. This grant application is due on July 15th. Just need a motion to approve the submission of this grant application.
So is this actually for the Bar Foundation, or is this for?
It's a different kind of bar. Not one
I'm
you're
getting them confused.
very familiar with.
I like the idea of sober living support.
Yeah,
I hope this helps some people.
yeah, I do too.
Appreciate them taking it on as well. I'd make a motion to approve.
All right, I have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving down to item M1, selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY25 budget. Mercedes, do we need to do anything today?
No, Dustin, we don't need to do anything to this item today.
All right, thank you. Judge, we'll hold M2 until Chris comes over. She's going to come over about 11 o'clock.
Okay,
So going down to M3 regarding the local provider participation fund, authorization of intergovernmental transfer of funds, and this is under the Graduate Medical Education GME program. Heather?
Yes, so the request is for $111,067.71 with a due date of July 8th and a settlement date of July 9th.
all right, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you.
Thank you.
M4 is approval of amended order providing for park rules to be followed by all users of Trading House Lake Park, setting forth enforcement provisions, including ejection from park and suspension of park usage, setting forth the severability clause, and establishing an effective date. Mike, would you like to cover these?
Sure. The request was that, county law enforcement have more of a understanding of what they're to do or what they're allowed to do. Since the county is the owner of the park, they wanted, some detail so they could trespass and warn people off. And so what this does is if they find people with a serious violation or multiple noncompliance after being warned or repeated violations of park rules, the officer can issue a criminal trespass warning, and the person is suspended from using the park for a period of 1 year. An arrest or citation for a criminal offense committed on the park property automatically results in a 1-year suspension being imposed. There's an appeal process. To meet due process, the person could go to the county judge and request modification or, that the suspension be pulled. But that's generally what it is, just to give the law enforcement officers direction as to what they can do out there to enforce the rules.
Okay, and this was brought up, in fact, Captain Nixon had expressed concerns that that there need to be a lot more safety taken into consideration out there, where boats interact with people, close proximity. There needs to be some barriers put up and those kind of things, but yet still have some teeth into the rules. And so this would give them that. I think, Captain Nixon, do you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I support this, and I would make a motion, we approve these different items recommended by Mr. Dixon.
One suggestion, and that would be to put a sign on both the boat ramps, no swimming off.
That is part of it, and the sign company is making those.
The signs are already made, we'll be putting them up this week.
Yeah, yeah.
That's very dangerous when.
Sure.
When those kids are jumping off, and the depth is not deep enough for diving.
No. So,
Second.
all right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. Dustin, can we, these other items, they have to do with the park, but they may take a little bit longer. I'd like to consider a recess right now because AgriLife is gonna break camp out there in a minute. And
Okay.
give everybody a chance to go out there and get a cookie and a cup of coffee. So let's take a 10-minute recess.
Thank you, Dustin. So yes, I have Megan Nail with NFP joining us this morning through Zoom. She's on the screen there. Hi, Megan. Thank you for joining us. So this is a second part of the compensation study that we began in March, or that we introduced to the court in March. The first phase of that study was with the assistance of public sector personnel consultants. They helped us with a benchmark survey, reviewing 130 of our position titles and finding a market midpoint for each of those titles. They've also proposed a structure. We've taken that benchmark survey and we handed it over to Megan with NFP so that they can also review and assess our current structure and provide a recommendation for a structure that would fit those positions in that benchmark survey. So they've done that, and Megan's here to review that recommendation with the court. I want to share with the court that following this presentation, hopefully in the afternoon during budget workshop, my follow-up will be an actual side-by-side comparison for the court. So Megan, whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you see my screen okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so just very, very briefly, just a little bit about who NFP is. We do a wide variety of different work in the insurance and consulting space. We are obviously engaged with all of you on the compensation consulting project that Anna described. This gives you just a little bit of background. We complete many, many compensation projects annually in all different types of industries, including public sector and counties. So to dive into what we did, we created pay structures based on the benchmark data that was provided to us, as was shared, for 130 positions. You can see, again, we built upon the benchmark data that was shared and collected by the other firm that you worked with, and you can see the work they did on those comparable counties. When we think about putting a pay structure together, we're really looking at a two-factor approach, or two different inputs that go into that process. First is that external competitiveness. So we created our pay ranges for you based on the 50th percentile of the market data, the benchmark data that we received. The other piece of this is internal equity and job evaluation. So we need to make sure, in terms of how those positions relate to each other at the county, that they're appropriate in terms of those jobs' worth and their reporting relationships and so forth, and that is taken into account in the pay structure as well. When creating a pay structure, there are really two key inputs into that process, or really two key areas that we're looking at. First is something that we call range spread, and it's really the difference between a pay range, what the minimum is, to the maximum of it. You see that diagram, it looks like an upside down pyramid or an upside down triangle or funnel. You'll see that those more entry level positions in the pay grades, your maintenance positions, production positions, those more entry level roles, that range spread is going to be less. You see that 20 to 30% versus a more managerial or a leadership role, which can be much more. And the reason behind that is those more entry-level roles, there's less variation in performance, and it should not take someone as long as a leadership role, in contrast, to move up to full competence of that job. We don't want it to take them many, many, many years to move up within that pay grade or that pay range to that market point. Versus a leader may be in that role for the rest of their career, and there may be a very wide variation of performance. The other item that we look at when putting this together is something called the midpoint differential. And that's really, if you look at the middle point of the range, the difference between that midpoint or that middle point of the range below and the range above it. Because our ranges are closer together at the more entry level, the bottom of the structure, our grades need to be closer together so that if individuals move up into other roles, it's appropriate in terms of their increase. As the ranges get wider, we don't need quite as many grades in overlap. So you see those midpoint differentials grow. So a couple of opportunities that we observed in terms of looking at the structure at your county. So for the size of the county, we found that there are typically more, you had more pay ranges in your current program than what we would typically expect. Currently, 20 ranges included those listed for the sheriff's office pay structure. A couple of things related to what I just shared on that concept of range spreads and midpoint differentials. That range spread of being somewhere between 53% to 71% for all the levels. That is a really high range spread, especially for those entry levels compared to what we see as best practices. The midpoint differential, that 4 to 18% are lower than what we would expect to see in terms of best practices. And then you do have that separate administration for those non-exempt and exempt level roles. On average, just overall, your current structure is about 7.25% below the target strategy, which is to match that market, that 50th percentile of the market data. So when we're talking about that range and that structure for pay, we again see that minimum, midpoint, maximum. Midpoint are generally those individuals who demonstrate the skill and experience needed for the job. Minimum, those who are newer to the role, maybe they're newer to the county or that type of work. Maximum is generally reserved for those with extensive experience, high performance, and key talent. So next, we did make recommendations, and I know there will be further discussion of this in a later session, it sounds like, but our recommendations on the core structure. And you really see that those key areas of range spread and midpoint differential are much more aligned to those best practices that I shared earlier. We have a recommendation for the corrections structure as well, and the law enforcement structure. So a couple of considerations as we looked at your current program and recommendations or considerations going forward. Again, annually review if there's an adjustment is warranted to the pay ranges, which we would call aging or trending the structure. By reviewing those local economic and competitive factors such as the consumer price index, inflation rates, salary budget planning reports. There are reports that come out about how those ranges are moving, and of course your budgetary considerations as well. And then again, as a best practice, to continue to review the overall compensation program in a more detailed analysis like what you're doing now every 3 to 5 years, or more often if there are certain positions that are highly in demand, critical, strategic in those ways. We also evaluated your incentive pay plan program. We looked at the structure, the eligibility, the rules, the mechanics. We really thought that the execution of this program is effective in increasing both the quality and the quantity of participation in some of those critical workforce areas, such as your performance evaluations and your regulatory trainings. One suggestion we have in this area is to develop a resource for potential candidates as newly hired employees that would more easily and succinctly explain the potential additional compensation that an individual could receive kind of in a concise format. We feel like enhancing the communication of this could really better help you attract and retain that top talent, because we do believe it's a good program. So 2 more, cost of living adjustments. We provided an analysis for a potential cost of living adjustment or a general increase in consideration with these developed pay ranges. Based on projected adjustments for Texas, based on data, we are recommending a 3% general increase to those eligible employees in the core structure. And then you see the financial impact, what those costs are to correct or to increase the pay rates below the new recommended ranges in our analysis, as well as the cost to implement that 3% general increase for eligible employees in the core structure, plus any additional market adjustment to correct that pay discrepancy or those who are below. All right, I will pause there for any questions.
Any questions?
Not so far.
Okay.
All right. May continue.
Thank you.
I believe that's all Megan has to present. She mentioned law enforcement and corrections structures. She did also have an opportunity to review her current step plan and possible alternatives to that step plan. And Megan shared that it does look like that step plan does need a change. But of course, she says it's best for us working with the sheriff's office to determine what the appropriate structure is, but she did share a more typical tiered system that is used more widely amongst law enforcement agencies. So we're hoping to be able to use that as kind of a framework as we work with the sheriff's office in completing an assessment for that.
Okay, and we'll get into this a whole lot more this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you, Megan.
all right, thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
All right. Great, Dustin?
All right, we can go back up to item M5 regarding the McLennan County Parks Recreation Open Space Master Plan. M5A is authorization of application initiation for Texas Parks and Wildlife Department Local Park Grant Program. So as we all know, the purpose of the master plan was to get the county in the best position to submit a grant application to Texas Parks and Wildlife. This would allow us to go ahead and initiate a grant application and give Mundo access to the Texas Parks and Wildlife system to be able to add, upload documents and information. Then they will come back to the court on July 23rd with the final grant application and get approval for a resolution authorizing the submission of that grant application. So we just need a motion to approve the initiation of this grant application.
Motion to approve the initiation of the grant application.
All right, is there a second? Have a second? Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
M5B is discussion and or action regarding creation of Friends of Trading House Lake Park Committee. So Mundo has asked the court to consider creating this Friends of Trading House Lake Park Committee. They're recommending that we ask the Park Planning Committee to continue to serve and be in this additional capacity as the Friends of Trading House Lake Park. They will can seek in-kind donation for park improvements. They'll also be submitting a letter of support. This is something that is recommended by Texas Parks and Wildlife as well and is viewed favorably at the application process. So it's just up to the court if we would like to create this committee.
Okay, how often do we look at the members? I mean, we create the committees, one thing, but how do we keep it fresh with, and also the attendance of the members now?
I think we can that's totally up to the court because it would be your committee. And so we could maybe do it on a application basis or do it annually if we need to refresh those court members.
Okay.
It says here initially, they're suggesting that the Park Planning Committee continues to serve. How many people were on the Park Planning Committee?
I believe there were 5 on it.
All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
What are we voting on?
It would be sorry, Judge, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It would be the creation of this Friends of Trading House Lake Park Committee and then also requesting those members that were on the Park Planning Committee to continue to serve in this new capacity.
So in other words, we just shift those members over to, and they are this committee.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, that's fine with me.
That's great.
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Move to approve.
And second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass. I'd check with all of them and make sure they still want to serve and then also look at the attendance of those that were on that committee.
Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Moving on to item M6, authorization of Alacrity Solutions Total Loss Condition Report Settlement Offer. Francis?
Thank you. So this is just placed on the agenda so you can accept or not accept the offer from TAC for a total loss settlement on a 2015 Chevrolet Silverado. And so the amount that we would be receiving would be $10,470 after our deductible.
What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
M8 is discussion and interaction regarding McLaren's coverage loss report for Road and Bridge Precinct 3 shop building and equipment damage. TJ, did you want to discuss this?
Sure. This is the report from McLaren. They came out and did the initial investigation after the storm damages. We've got all the detailed quotes back in for the damages that occurred with the replacement values. Our deductible was right at 25,000. Damages came in at 29,305. So it's not a big claim. We're not gonna to get our full money worth out of it, but at least we're covering that $4,200.
Okay.
Could have been a lot worse.
Could have, for sure, definitely.
Who's McLaren's, are they adjusters?
Adjuster.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Okay, and insurance adjuster, okay, no.
So motion to approve the, what is this called? The McLaren's loss coverage, the McLaren's coverage loss report.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Under item N, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, N1 is authorization of professional services invoice with CP&Y doing business as SVT for the Records Building ADA renovations. This invoice is for the month of May and totals $460.50.
Move to approve.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And if we could go back to M7, that was the NFP compensation consulting. I don't think we accepted it for recording purposes.
We did not. I make a motion. We accept that report for recording purposes. Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And that should just leave us, Chris has 2 reports. I believe she's going to want to go into executive session and then the FY25 budget discussion.
All right, is Chris here?
She'll be over about 11, Judge.
25 minutes.
That's a long time.
Oh, well, that's a waste of time.
Can she hop on Zoom or something like that, or what can we do?
I'll text, or do we want to move on to budget and for a little bit?
Yeah.
We can do that. That's all right with you.
What number's that?
I2A.
I2A?
Yes, sir.
I2A, there it is, okay.
If you're ready. No, if you're not. So for budget workshops today, we had planned on, yesterday we went through a lot of preliminary information. I felt like we established a really good starting point. Today, we want to do that same thing, establish a good starting point for personnel and the personnel discussions. And so if Anna's ready to go, then she can start covering those topics that she wanted to cover today. Just while we're getting set up, I just wanted to, I know we talked about it a lot yesterday, but just want to remind everyone, we'll meet next week, just on Tuesday, July 9th at 9 o'clock. And we have a full day scheduled for all of our outside entities to come in and make those presentations to you.
Okay.
And we hope that those will just go seamless through the day and just one after another and get all of that done so you have all that information moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
The information I share is a lot right now, so that's, I'm trying to get comfortable.
I'm sorry.
So as I shared during or prior to NFP's presentation, in this year's big picture compensation review, I plan to do a side-by-side comparison of the two recommendations from the compensation consultants. And then I also plan to do and share some of the typical HR data I've shared in past budget presentations. So the state of our staffing and where our turnover is, and other factors like that that I know the court wants to take under consideration prior to making personnel decisions. So we'll review that information together. So I'll review kind of the phases of each of the consultants' work with us with the county and how they came to their recommendations. So again, starting in March, we had public sector personnel consultants conduct a salary survey, a benchmarking study, using the organizations you see on the right. So it's all of our previously used references for comparable counties with the addition of Lubbock County. And so how we came to this list is working with Sam Hines with public sector and asking what factors they typically use when selecting these comparable counties. They were very much in line with what already existed amongst the county. And so that's population, workforce size of the county agency, and GDP of the county. And they also thought City of Waco was a good comparable reference as well, so they've been included. And then the last that is used for private sector information is ERI, that's the Economic Research Institute. So that's the paid for database that public sector used for the second half of their benchmarking, which is private sector information. So they did the benchmarking and then they proposed a salary structure based off of their findings. Then we just had NFP present their methodology. They received this same benchmark survey and worked off of that and created their own structure that they thought best fit those benchmark salary survey findings. And we'll walk through each of their findings side by side and kind of work together to determine which one the court feels is best suited for our county compensation structure. And so just to refresh on some of the reasons behind HR's recommendation to explore two different recommendations from two different consultants. Is everybody hearing me okay? Okay. Options are good, giving the court two options for structure to choose from. So we haven't reviewed the structure of our compensation system for quite some time. And so when presented with an opportunity to review other types of structures, we didn't want to just present one structure. We wanted the court to see what types of structures exist out in the marketplace currently. It'll also provide, because both of these consultants gave differing mechanics to the maintenance of the structures moving forward. And so we're actually going to get an expanded view of maintenance practices of these structures moving forward. And then both of them in their recommendation and research, they use two different data sources, data sets. So where public sector relied on the Economic Research Institute for their information, we have NFP using World at Work for their recommendation for general increase. So also good to explore those different options. So on this next slide, we have the proposed salary structures. So on the left there, we see the structure proposed by public sector personnel consultants. So this was presented to the court in our retreat in early June. We had Sam present it and go through kind of how the structure itself is made up. And then we have NFP on the right that we just saw in their presentation. That's their structure. As you can see, they look different, and that's because they are. And so we're going to walk through those differences here. We have the primary difference here is the amount of steps that the structures have. So where they both consolidate non-exempt and exempt positions into one structure, the amount of steps within those structures vary. And so in public sectors, we have 40 pay ranges, and in NFPs, they have 12 pay ranges. And where public sectors range is very uniform for their entire structure. It's a 35% range width for all ranges. And the midpoint differential is the same across all bands. We have NFP who has a different range width as you go up their structure. So it ranges from 25 to 55% in width for the grades. And there's also slight variation in the midpoint differentials as well. The method of assigning position to each of these grades. So the method for which they assign grades, the primary factor is market. That is something that they have in common. Both of them are assigning positions based on the market midpoint of the title. So that is going to be the driving factor for position assignment. And that is something that is very different from what the county is doing currently. Currently, what the county is doing is assigning positions to our current pay structure based on a job evaluation. So a job evaluation determines the knowledge, experience, complexity that the position calls for. And so once those factors are determined, a point value is assigned to that position, and then it's assigned to that corresponding pay grade.
You're talking about, you saying evaluation, which I guess is kind of parallel to job description.
Yes.
In a way.
Yes, that's right. And so here, they are basing the assignment of the position on the market value. While there are still checks to be sure, for instance, public sector still checks to be sure the functions of the position in question match the market comparable by about 70%. So there is still a sense of evaluation in that position. It's not this concrete formula that we have been using. So it's going to be majority based on the title and market value of that position in question. So that's going to be the case for both public sector consultants and NFP. The secondary check for assigning positions that they both have, a secondary guide, I should say, for public sector, they, after assigning a position to a grade, they're going to do a double check and be sure none of the supervisory positions for that position are or they need to have a distance of 1 to 3 ranges between, or 3 to 5 ranges between supervisors and direct reports. And also if there's a sequential job series, for instance, IT technicians 1, 2, and 3, those positions need to have 1 to 3 ranges between them. So NFP is actually a little more detailed in their secondary guide. So they actually would recommend continuing a thorough job evaluation prior to placing or assigning a position. So where your primary guide is the market midpoint, then they would still follow up with a job evaluation to be sure that that is still in sequential order with the other positions that have already been placed. And so we worked with them on what are these appropriate job factors to evaluate a position on, and they actually recommended that we continue using our current factors in our job evaluation when determining the complexity of a position. So that would be kind of our lane bumper, our second check to be sure that we don't place positions completely out of sorts within the structure if we move to a new structure.
Go back and explain to me that thing that you said about the range between direct report and leadership or management piece. You said there's like 3.
Sure.
Yes, I don't understand that. In other words, is that saying the complexity of that, maybe what that department deals with? And you plug in the market value of the top leadership and then the entry level or the direct report
Right, so
responsibilities. I'm not grasping that, obviously.
sure. So I pulled up the structure, so I think it's best to look at that when kind of reviewing that. So
Okay.
for instance, we have grade 6 here, the midpoint of 47,784. If a position is assigned there, let's say a records assistant is assigned to this grade, just as an example, the records assistant supervisor position should be 3 to 5 ranges higher. So they should be at least, in grade 9 or above. So that's their secondary check after they've assessed the market midpoint or market value of the position.
So there's a consistent correlation between those 2
That's right.
job duties, yeah.
And so they have that same they have another rule of thumb with a sequential job series. We have a tax specialist 1 and a tax specialist 2. Their rule of thumb there is for that job series that there be at least, I believe 1 to 2 or 1 to 3 ranges between or differentiating those positions.
Do they have any recommendations on how many employees a person supervises before they gain the title of supervisor?
So no, neither of them had a recommendation based on a specific quantity, because they very much think that it's related to, it's going to vary depending on what that position does or the complexity of their function. There's not like a set rule of thumb for how many people has to be supervised before you're considered a supervisor.
So the question would be, do they supervise?
Exactly.
If the answer is yes, then it doesn't matter whether it's supervise 1 person or
Right.
100.
So it's the definition of the supervision that is what is the factor. And so are they completing performance evaluations for that employee? Are they deciding scheduling for that employee, approving time off? Are they able to decide or have input in hiring or terminating?
So in an office of 6 people, you could have 3 supervisors and 3 employees.
Essentially, yes. HR wouldn't recommend it based on efficiency. If the positions are doing similar functions, it's likely not necessary to have that many positions in a leadership role. So that's where it would vary based on what that department was doing. So another area where both of these consultants kind of differ in their practices for compensation is the maintenance of the structure. And so public sector personnel consultants, they would not recommend adjusting the structure itself. So rather, if it comes to the point where a market starts valuing positions higher than what these bands account for, you would just add bands at the top. So we have 40 ranges, they would add a range 41, they would add a range 42. That would take years before that happened because they accounted for growth, and so there are many bands in their existing structure that we are not yet at, and so they've accounted for that growth. And then whenever the county wanted to do an extensive salary survey, they recommend then at that point reevaluating or reassessing where positions are assigned within the range. I'm not sure if that's a good fit for the county, just because we do this salary research and survey annually. We don't do it every 3 to 5 years, and so that practice would almost result in the possibility of reassigning grades every year. And so that's something their maintenance practice is something to think about. It doesn't mean their structure wouldn't work, but the practice itself is something HR would think on a bit with the court. So NFP's method for maintaining the structure is slightly similar to what we do now. And so they actually do age their structure. And so they change those number values in their structure. Let me go back to it. So these minimums, midpoints, and maximums, they would recommend reviewing those amounts every year, not necessarily adding steps or grades to the structure, but they would reevaluate the actual dollar amounts to reflect market movement. And they said that we could use the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, to make that adjustment. We could use the cost of labor index as well, both from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. We could use one of those indexes to adjust
And that's
the
aging.
ranges.
That's called
what-
aging, and it's just a percentage times those numbers.
Right. A percentage times those numbers, so all of those numbers would increase by the same percentage or rate. And so they would age the structure. Their recommendation is, as long as what you age, the rate you age the structure is lower than whatever general increase is applied to salaries. And in that way, the salaries are actually moving through their corresponding bands. And so that seems familiar to HR from articles that we've read and referenced. That seems to be a common practice. And we more or less even would have a way forward or method forward that would account for their recommendation of aging the structure at a lower rate than whatever the actual general increase is for positions.
Okay, so are you required, or would you need to age the structure if across the board, everyone received a 2% increase? Would that not automatically age the structure?
No.
No, it wouldn't, because midpoint, yeah, that's right. Okay, so they're saying that let's say if you, across the board, you gave everyone a 2% increase, you need to age the structure at below 2%. You said it needs to stay below.
Right.
Okay.
So whatever percentage the court applies in a cost of living adjustment, we would ensure that we're aging the structure at a lower
At a
rate
lower
than
rate.
that, referencing.
Across the board.
Mhm.
Okay.
And so I'll get into kind of if that's, how the court would like us to maintain a structure, or they prefer public sectors, structure maintenance, we kind of have a path forward depending on what the court would prefer. And so another point that I want to compare between the consultants is their practices for cost of living adjustment or general increase. Also, they're very different amongst these consultants. So public sector confirmed that using the CPI to determine a cost of living adjustment is pretty common amongst the public entities that they've worked with as clients. And there's clients that they also have reference World at Work, which is one of these paid for database subscriptions for salary information and budget information. And so where they felt like our structure needed updating and was not in line with practices currently in place by most organizations, they did seem to think that our actual salaries are not that far behind market. So they recommended continuing using our current method for calculating cost of living adjustments or general increases. We have NFP, and so this is why in their cost estimate, they actually just referenced our typical rate or formula. So NFP actually says that in their market, which is a large private sector client base, it's uncommon to use CPI to determine a general increase, and often don't even use the term cost of living adjustment, which is why you may have heard her reference a general increase rather than a cost of living adjustment. And so that's the basis for that. In their client group, that's not a common thing. And so their calculation using World at Work and their salary budget survey was that 3% general increase. And so that's what they used to create their cost assessment. Both of these, again, things that they have in common, both of them created a separate salary structure for law enforcement and our general positions, but they consolidated exempt and non-exempt in our general position structure. So that's something that they have in common.
So the general increase description, it's not driven by, I'm trying to understand, what we were using before is a mathematical model. And it was, we were being consistent by not changing that. I don't understand this general increase recommendation, where it's derived from.
So they pulled a salary budget survey narrowed to the state of Texas. This survey is telling them that the average salary budget for companies that participated in this survey increased by a certain percentage from year to year.
So it was accumulation of what the opinion was of multiple entities rather than the mathematical conclusion.
Is it our peer group entities, or is it just?
Nope.
Or is
It's
it
a state.
all state?
It's narrowed to the state and clients that groups that participated in this World at Work survey, which is a widely used paid for subscription, but just like Judge says, each of these companies may have derived their increase through different methods. So
But are they governmental entities, or are they?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
No.
So if they're not, so not necessarily, but including, but not limited to government entities. And so private is, so it's really your true competition, what your competition's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
In previous conversation, you mentioned instead of cost of living, you mentioned cost of labor. Right? Where is that factor here used? What were they using cost of labor?
So cost of labor, where the CPI is measuring the change in price of consumer goods, cost of labor is measuring, it's an index that measures how much employers are paying for labor. And so cost of labor is typically it comes out to a lower rate than the cost of living rate based off CPI. Neither of them used it for any particular formula here. They mentioned CPI as an option to age the salary structure. And sorry, cost of labor, they mention it as a way to age these structures. So that's kind of where that index comes into play. Mhm. Any other questions on this? Because I know that's a lot of information.
Not right now.
Okay. So we've kind of walked through the main differences between the structures themselves and maintenance practice and position assignments being recommended by both of the consultants. So now it's the cost estimates that I'm placing side by side. We're public sector personnel consultants. They are recommending that we continue doing our same formula. I've updated the cost of living rate or recommendation using our same formula. I have updated it with the May CPI. So it would include an average of the, March, April, May CPI. I'm like back in grade school trying to remember my months. So those 3 months are the average that I'm calculating to get to this 3.42%. And so I've updated, Sam provided a cost estimate in June for implementing their structure to get positions to minimum. That rate used at that point hadn't been updated, and so that was a 3.35%. So you may notice some differences in those numbers. And so using this percentage, we get a cost estimate of $1,538,247. So that is both to get positions to the minimum of the structure that they're proposing and also apply that cost of living adjustment in that order. So
How many
first,
positions would bump up? It's like
it's like 50.
55 or something?
Yeah,
like
it's
that?
around
Yeah.
50. And I think it's slightly less with NFP's recommendation and structure. It's a few less than that 50 count, but it's
And
around
so
50.
NFPs would just be a straight across the board, 3% COLA every year going forward?
Not every year. So that is different. So, and I'm sorry, that brings me back to Judge Felton's question. I don't think I fully answered that. So they use this World at Work salary budget survey to come up with a basis for their recommendation. So for instance, they said the 4% that the salary budget survey saw an increase from last year to this year of about 4% for the state of Texas. However, they decreased that from that 4% because they say that salary survey includes all pay types, bonuses, supplement pays, and so they narrow it even more from there. And so that's where they're coming up with their 3%. I can't speak intelligently about how they get from the 4% to the 3%. That's as far as my information goes. And so that amount that they would recommend in a general increase would change year to year or maybe different year to year. So what they typically see in practices for applying the general increase, they first apply the general increase and then those positions still remaining below minimum would be adjusted. So it's the reverse, which is something that's different from what the county is currently practicing. So I don't know for how many years now, you know, the auditor's office in Francis has tried to maintain that same order for the application of the cost of living. And so first court considers any adjustments that it has before it, and then the cost of living adjustment is applied after. So the public sector consultant's order of applying the adjustment is in line with what the county is currently doing, and Sam recommends to continue doing it in that way. And so NFPs is a little different, but that's what they see as a typical practice in their client group for private sector. And so what you see there is that cost, which is less primarily because of the order of that practice and because they have less positions that fall below minimum. So those are the two. These estimates here are just for the core structure or general structure. It doesn't include any adjustments from the, for changes to the structure of the sheriff's office, deputy or jailer positions, those that are currently participating in the step pay. So that's still under review, a work in progress. I want to go through kind of HR's assessment, kind of after absorbing all these differences and coming up with a path forward. So the structures themselves, they have their benefits. They have their positives and possible drawbacks. HR could work within each of these structures. A good thing about public sector's structure, for example, it's very straightforward, it's simple, it would be easy to communicate because these band widths here, the pay grade widths are the same across the board, the midpoint differentials are the same all the way through grade 40, it's at 5%. And I think ease of communication is a positive thing when explaining compensation to a large workforce or to the public. NFP's simplicity comes in the small or low amount of bands that it has. It has 12 bands. And it also accounts for, these bands are tailored for the complexity of the positions, which is also a positive. And so it really is going to just depend on the preferences of the court. HR has its own recommendations for maintenance of these structures and continued pay practices moving forward, and HR can apply those practices with either of these structures. We've tried to plan and formulate a way moving forward just with either structure in mind. HR would recommend not continuing our current structure because we have two consultants pointing out things, outdated practices that are currently in place with our structure. So we would recommend moving on from our structure, but HR would be happy to work within the bounds of either of these structures.
Well, I understand that I mean, that was the whole purpose of getting these studies is knowing that it's been so long since we created a baseline to work from. There's got to be some things that changed in there besides just adding COLA and, you know, those things. And, you know, we've been working towards getting things uniform and to be able to explain why a position, why someone goes into, you know, this pay grade has all the footnotes to it that say why, and that we can, you know, moving forward. The thing about that I'll worry a little bit about is taking two different studies and trying to merge them together. And so how do we keep that rule of thumb or that guideline or that model? I mean, can we create something that's going to be easy to follow going in the future, or is, what do you, and we'll get to your recommendation, but I'm going to throw that out, and we're probably going to have most of the discussion after lunch, but go ahead.
Absolutely. I do believe there is a way. I mean, the structures themselves can't, you know, be merged or whatnot, but the practices for maintenance moving forward, I feel like there can be a hybrid of these practices that both accounts for an update to practices in general so that we're more in line with market, but also continuing the court's kind of compensation philosophy of transparency and consistency. Because I think that's the primary things the court has communicated as important factors when considering any changes to compensation. And so we feel like there are going to be methods or practices that we can implement and adopt from both consultant's recommendation moving forward that are in line with the court's compensation philosophy. And that's something that can be ironed out once the court has provided a general direction. The goal is to iron out kind of those specific steps and then bring that back for, court approval. We first need a general direction, a preference in what structure the court is going to want, and then HR can build out what that hybrid maintenance may look like moving forward, so that it's an actual concrete policy. So yes.
And of course, all of that too needs to, I want to see how it works with SO with their, different type structure, and how can we apply these and meld them together where it works for them and we understand it, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I have more information, but I know you're also waiting on a.
Yeah, so, let's just, pause right here, and then, be prepared to come back at 1 and pick up with your report. And so, now, Francis, unless you have something else right now?
I do not.
All right, I'd like to go into executive session under 551.087, pertaining to economic development. And, so, besides the commissioners, I'd like to leave Dustin Chapman, in, and, Chris Collins with the Waco Chamber.
And Judge, we'll have Chris's 2 reports as well.
We recess now. we need to entertain a motion to accept Chris Collins from the Chamber's report for recording purposes.
Second.
Have motion second. Any other questions? Not? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass. And then I want to go back to agenda item M4. This is pertaining to regarding the local, no, excuse me, M4 is approval or amending the order providing for the park rules to be followed by all users. And I think we had some additions on that. Dustin, is that correct?
Yes, sir. So visiting with Captain Nixon, if we could add a number 17, which states follow all posted warning signs, including no swimming in designated areas. So if we could go back and just amend that motion and the second on this item.
So does whoever made the motion have to be the one that amends it?
It'd typically be best, or if we need to, I think it'd be okay just to go back and react on that item since we're still on the same agenda and just add a number 17 to it.
Okay.
So I'll make an amendment to my motion that a number 17 is added
to the list of rules.
To the list of rules.
Okay.
As stated by the county administrator.
Okay. I'll second that. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
All right. Now, we're gonna go back to, discussion on, salaries and compensation from, HR. So, Anna, you'll pick up where we left off?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna pull my presentation back up.
Okay.
So this is where we left off. I had just given an overview of the similarities and differences between the structure and recommendations from the two compensation consultants. And I had given an overview of the estimated cost of implementing either structure. And an overview of the differences in how they've applied a general increase or cost of living adjustment. Based on this information, HR has created a path forward depending on, or not depending, that could be implemented based on the decision from the court as to which structure they would like to proceed with. And so the structure itself, it really is just a preference from the court of how they would like to see those structures and pay bands organized, how they feel like it would best be communicated to employees. Whichever structure is chosen, HR has these bullets on this screen of their plan, of our plan of how to maintain that structure moving forward and how to assign positions to each pay band and whichever structure moving forward. So assigning positions to pay bands, that would be just for new titles or new positions moving forward, or when there are any changes to in function to existing positions. Each consultant has already done that work of placing positions or assigning positions to bands for their respective structures. So they have already done that for us. They've already given us that third-party perspective on where they think our positions, based on their market midpoint and title and general function, where that needs to lie within each of their corresponding structures. And so this maintenance here is for the maintenance moving forward. And so HR would take the recommendations that both of these parties are giving to us, which is from here on, use market data or the market midpoint as the primary factor in determining the pay range assignments. We would like to follow NFP's recommendation for continuing the job factor evaluation as its secondary guide for placing any future positions within a pay band. We would also like to take NFP's recommendation for aging the structure or implementing an aging schedule for whichever structure the court would like to implement moving forward. And what we have found in previous assessments and data review, we found that the cost of labor is typically lower. The cost of labor index typically calculates to a lower rate than the cost of living adjustment. And since their rule of thumb is aging it at a lower rate than whatever the general increase is, that would be an appropriate index to use moving forward to apply this aging to the bands themselves or the structure itself. And that way, the court would not have to change its current method for assessing a cost of living adjustment. So that cost of living adjustment formula could continue as public sector is recommending, but we could also age the schedule as NFP is recommending using that cost of labor index. And so that's how we would move forward. Why I'm recommending that we age the schedule. We could apply this aging to either structure. We've already checked with Sam Hines for public sector structure and, you know, that this direction that we want to take of aging. He said, yes, they do have some clients that do age their structure as well, the structure that he would have recommended, that can be applied in that way. The reason I want to be sure to age the structure and why that's my recommendation to the court is because the court likes to and requests to see updated salary market information every year. And because they want to see it every year, public sector's method of position assignment or pay grade assignment, it's this market-based system and they don't change their structure. What that means is every year could result in multiple changes, multiple positions changing pay grades depending on what that market result is. So any fluctuation in market can mean a position is assigned to a different pay grade year to year if we don't age the structure. If we age the structure, those positions should move along with their bands, and that's just what HR foresees happening. So again, we would recommend aging the structure, taking NFP's recommendation on that. We would continue using the CPI, the Consumer Price Index, for the basis of cost of living adjustment calculations, as cleared and recommended by public sector consultants. And the reason behind wanting to use that and not NFP's recommendation, one is Sam is saying that's a common practice among public entities, and it's a concrete, consistent formula that we apply every year that's easy to explain to employees and to the public, and anybody from the public can pull the same reports that we pull from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and pull those same indexes. I even define which index we're using of CPI, which is the CPIW for clerical wage earners. And so they can see the numbers that we pull.
So what I'm hearing you say is the two different institutions that we got reports from, we're going to use that, and then we're going to stay with the CPI for cost of living that we use, correct?
Exactly.
Is there any chance, and I'm sure you've looked into this, that there could be a conflict by taking all these different opinions and putting them into the mix? Is there any chance that we could end up with some kind of a conflict or an issue where one's not agreeable with the other?
Or contradicts, I guess.
Right, yeah, that's better, thank you.
Yes. So, yes, I could see, like, let's say we take public sector's recommendation as a whole, just as they present it, which is, here's the structure, don't adjust the structure, don't apply any rate to it on an annual basis, just leave it alone and use market as the driving factor for position assignment with these rules of thumb for supervision and director reports. The issue there is what I pointed out here is the court likes to see market data every year. If we don't age the structure, what that will do is HR having to reevaluate grades every year. And I can see that if the market is valuing something differently the following year, we would have to adjust a pay grade. And I could see that causing confusion for employees. And so on top of, the administrative work behind that, reassessing what your new midpoint is every year. And having an inconsistent midpoint every year is not something I would recommend. So the structure and maintenance, as public sector typically recommends, would be better suited for an organization that like to see market or perform a market salary survey maybe every 3 years or maybe every 5 years, because then that change between pay grades wouldn't really happen. But we like to see that information. The court likes to see that information on an annual basis. And so,
Why do we like to see that on an annual basis now?
Because we always ask for it.
Because we've always done it that way?
No,
Not, that's not the case at all. That's only come about since the previous HR director.
So there's no set reason why we do it every year?
6 or so years ago, something like that.
the question is it necessary every year? What
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying
true.
Is if we're, we could be jumping one spot to another every year or something. We use a whole different philosophy where if we had a consistent time, and I guess that's what when you say aging, that's how we reflect ever so often about how over the last several years after several COLAs are applied, are we still within that range? Is that what aging means?
exactly. So the structure moves along with the salary adjustments, not at the same rate. So there's still movement within the band, but it moves along with it. So it would, and if you like that idea, then NFP structure, which has less bands, would also see less movement between bands based on market. So that's another difference there to consider, is not just the aging, but the amount of bands as well.
So it seems to me that the best idea would be the combo of a C, and I think I heard you say this, that based on what we've been doing in the past, is the NFP structure in aging, correct?
We could do, yes, it's like a hybrid.
And then CPI, instead of just the flat 3% all the time.
Exactly, for the salary adjustment.
For the salary adjustment. I really like that. To me, what's important here is that CPI, is the side by, and that's where we got in trouble a couple years ago. And to me, that's the most important thing, is to keep up with that as best as possible, so we don't get behind and we have to pay 9% one year.
Right.
Each of them had their own pay scale, or what you want to call it. But for maintenance purposes, we're talking about just for maintenance practices, we're going to blend something.
Exactly.
Hopefully, we'll adopt one or the other, the one that has 40 pay grades and the one that has 12 pay grades. We'll adopt those. But when it comes to maintaining them, that's when you want to blend some ideas together.
Yes, sir.
Not adopting a combination of those two right there.
Exactly. And so I put the structures back up. So the HR would recommend adopting one of these structures as they are recommended to us. So these amounts wouldn't change It's where the hybrid or the merging of practices comes into place is how HR is going to maintain this moving forward, taking into account what we have done in the past that the court does like or does, want to see every year, which is court likes to see CPI information to recommend for the COLA recommendation, and the court has requested market information every year. You ask whether or not that's necessary. I think it's helpful. I think it keeps us competitive. It's a lot of work. But I think it's valuable information, and I think department heads and officials who are making requests, absent that information on an annual basis, may present, their own information that the court would then need to rely on, or we might then be checking. I could see the court maybe saying, well, run that market information for just that position, and if that's the case, we would prefer to just be consistent and apply it across the board and do that survey for all positions. And so taking into account, we have done it every year. If the court wants to continue doing that, then that's where that hybrid approach comes from, why we would recommend aging the schedule, whichever structure, if it's public sector structure or NFP structure, whichever the court prefers, we would recommend aging it that way. If the court wants to continue an annual market salary survey or review, it's not going to cause.
Why would that affect aging the schedule, whether or not you looked at it annually or not? If it's in if we put it in policy that the schedule is going to age every year, what difference does that make on whether or not we review it every year? Does that make sense? In other words, if it's policy that it's going to be aged every year, which I've got a question about that. What happens if it's policy that we're going to age it every year? We don't put in a percentage, do we? We base it on what?
It is a percentage base,
It's a
so
percentage.
it's a rate.
Who decides that percentage?
So HR would age it based on a consistent.
What happens if we have a
formula.
down year and things are bad and we can't afford that aging that affects pay ranges and salaries and?
Well, there's no cost or
There's no
budget
cost-
necessarily
no cost.
associated with the aging of the schedule.
Could it throw us out of kilter, though, by continuing to age if we don't do a cost of living increase or don't put in a particular cost of living increase? It could throw it out of balance, couldn't it, somewhere?
So if a cost of living adjustment isn't applied to all salaries, the recommendation for NFP is the aging of the structure needs to happen at a lower rate than whatever increase to salaries is applied. So for that year, we wouldn't apply the aging for the structure.
If it
no.
was zero, you'd go zero.
Right, but I would still provide for reference to the court what we would have aged it at based on the cost of labor index, because we still want to know and maintain our structure so that it is competitive with market.
What, you said earlier, I think, that there are other entities that have chosen this blended form.
As far as blended form, I don't have information on.
Okay, I thought I heard you say where people have used both these before and could, okay, they haven't.
No.
I was gonna say, if they had, I'd like
They
to-
could, but I don't know.
That'd be a good question, though.
Yeah.
And if they haven't, why haven't they and why are we?
And so the reason behind the aging of the schedule, which again, public sector, if we don't age publics, even if you go with public sector, if we don't age this structure, but do continue to apply COLAs, and the court still wishes to have a market survey every year, if that position's market value changes and is closer in midpoint to a different band, we would have that switching of bands more often than we would if we aged the schedule, and so have positions move along with their bands.
So maybe I don't understand what band is then.
This grade, this like minimum to maximum, the minimum to this here, that exists.
Within a row.
Right, within a row.
Yeah, okay. It's not changing any definitions of what they do or how they do it. It's just,
On this example up here, or what's up here, let me, remind me now, range width is horizontal. It's from minimum to maximum.
Yes,
And then vertical between midpoints is consistently 5%
for public sectors.
for the public sector.
Yes, sir.
For
That,
public sector. I kind of like that idea. It just seems like it's a simplistic, very basic way to do things. Everything is the same.
And I agree, I like this. I just want to make sure that, that's why I'm asking these questions, because if there's a variable out there we're not aware of, and we find out that it skews everything,
absolutely.
you know, that's, but I, no, I'm with Commissioner Smith.
so do we have to hire a new study periodically?
We can, yes, that would be what HR would recommend. We can maintain it, for the next 3 to 5 years, and
Okay,
then.
and then
thr-
do a study.
And 3 to 5, we can do HR has been doing the annual market review. We can continue to do that.
I think that's better than anything we've done in the past.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, I think 5 years would be great.
We bring in another consultant and have this third-party eyes, again, reevaluate, are we keeping up with market? Were the maintenance practices we implemented
fast as
working?
technology changes and things like that nowadays, I mean, you know, there's gonna be quantum shifts in workflows and stuff like that.
So what is it we need to decide today so that we can move forward and figure something out?
So what would, the information that would be helpful for HR to have moving further along in a budget is which of these structures would the court like to proceed with? Public sector's 40 bands, but uniform bands of a structure, this 35% range width across all of the 40 steps. Do they wish to have this structure, or do they wish to have the NFP structure, which is less grades or bands, and the range spreads or the widths across, this is horizontal, are different, and those spreads increase as you go up their grades, depending on the position type or complexity of the position. So Megan said this morning, entry-level positions have a more narrow band, and as you go up the bands, more technical or professional or complex positions have a wider range, and then executive level or management positions have even a wider range. And her reasoning behind that was it'll take more time, more education, more experience that can be gained in a more complex position, so it should take longer to go through a band. Where in a position that might only need 1 year of experience to be successful in, your range shouldn't be that wide. So
I know we've talked about this before, or in some discussion, but under the NFP, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, blah, 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 could there ever be a 1, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11? I mean, what's the purpose of the split there, 2, 4? Was that just arbitrarily decided we would have a pay grade 2, not a pay grade 1?
it was not arbitrary. I did ask NFP that question, Megan that question, like, is there a reasoning behind not having any odd numbers? And she said if internally we see a pattern of maybe a grouping of positions that tend to be lower in a range by market, then we would have the flexibility to add a range in
We could
between.
actually add one,
and
okay.
move positions there. But there would have to be some,
Major reason.
some pattern that we're seeing within our market midpoints or salary surveys to account for that.
Makes sense.
And that would be, if I were to add ranges in either structure, that would be for something that I would bring to the court for review and approval.
And all these actual dollar amounts are just salary and not benefits or incentives.
Yes, sir. These are just salary.
And
So the 1,538,000 is just salary?
Yes, that is the cost assessment, applying, or moving positions to the minimum of their assigned pay grade as assigned by public sector, and then applying COLA.
and that was.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
So what would be the cost of an NFP structure and aging and then a 3.4% COLA, 3.42% COLA?
And a 3.4%.
So it would be that,
What was your question again, Commissioner?
Yeah, cost.
so
The cost.
shouldn't be hard. 38, so,
So just replacing the 3% with
Yeah.
the 3.42%. I don't know that off the top of my head. I've paused my sharing.
$37,887.
But these pay range recommendations are based on the comps from the counties and city and private sector that's found on one of the first pages. And they too were salaries exclusive of, excluding benefits, correct? In other words, when they came up with these amounts, pay grade 1, 31,865 to 43,015, that was done when they compared our schedule or looked at these other counties and other entities. And they were asked specifically, that's just salary.
Right.
Okay.
That is
So
correct.
we're apples and apples here
Yes, sir.
when we came up with these recommendations.
That was the information public sector requested from those comparable agencies.
Yeah. I really like the range width steady and the percent between midpoints steady, but also like just having 12 pay grades. That's the difficult, truthfully, I could live with either one of them, whatever.
Which one's closer to what we do right now?
Which
The,
one is closer to what we do?
I mean,
The public sector.
I guess public
we
sector.
do any, I mean, we have these pay grades, but they haven't been updated and they haven't been aged properly and things like.
Right. They've been aged, but not properly.
Yeah.
So we were doing aging of the structure. I don't know, they're so different because we were maintaining two different structures depending on whether they were exempt or non-exempt. It was a total of 20 grades, so that's almost in between the two structures. They're very different from what we currently have in place. The ranges also differed, the range widths also differed, and I'm not getting an accurate number for your question, but I can get
I
that
think it's
for you.
$1,366,000. If you use that 37,887,000 current payroll, you add 70,000 to it, and then, you add 3.42% to it, and then you add the 70,000 to that. So it's a little less.
yeah, it's a little under 0.5% increase.
We're in a workshop, so we can't vote on it.
It's the will of the
There's no
court.
agenda item. Or we
I mean,
can
I-
tell you what we like or
I mean,
not like.
so I think there's validity in this, what you're talking about. And I'm more concerned, and I have, that we stay consistent in our COLA more than anything else. And so, NFPs, I like that, I like those, I like their explanation of the upside down pyramid.
Right.
And then, so having that structure and then doing a market-based aging is, to me, I think that, that's what I like. I mean, I would, and so the CPI COLA is is probably the most important thing to me.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with it. Getting us to market value with some of our employees' salaries to where we're competitive is also an issue, and evidently this does it. One or both of them will do that for us, right?
Can you repeat the question?
Get us to market value for our employees, where we need to be for our employees. Either of these two pay structures will get us
Yes.
competitive.
Yes, because what both consultants have done for position assignment is use the market midpoint. So that's from the public sector's salary survey. Each position was assigned a market midpoint, and that is the primary factor for assigning positions to each band, whether it's,
So our current pay grades have already been plugged into these right here? So if we had somebody that's at A30, they plugged them into one of these and told you where they plugged in?
yes, so for both, we have a position assignment list. So based on that title and function, they assigned, the market value according to the survey is X dollar, it could be 50,000, and that means in our corresponding pay structures, that should be close to what their assigned midpoint is, and that's how they were assigned within the structure. So both of them have done that work for their corresponding structures. They have assigned a grade or a band for each position.
Each current position that we have. And no one is getting hit, right? There's no loss according to the way they're plugged in.
So the only positions I think that would be at a potential loss in years to come, perhaps, are any positions that are above maximum. If a position is above maximum,
Then we have to decide what to do with it.
yes, which public sector has a recommendation for. how
It
to-
wouldn't be a loss, there would just be a missed gain in a year or two.
Right, yeah, it's not,
That
I wouldn't even
minimal
call it a
gain
loss.
versus everybody else are static.
Yeah.
Take your pick.
So what public sector, and we're talking about a handful of positions in,
In the big picture.
in the big picture, but, and it wouldn't vary very much from the positions that are currently above a maximum of the existing pay grade. But Sam Hines with public sector recommended that for those positions above maximum, they could still be provided a cost of living adjustment, but it's not applied to their salary. It's just calculated based off of their salary, and then that amount is kind of set aside, and it can either be paid out in, a one-time payment, or it could be paid out through a biweekly payroll, but it's the separate item.
So the next year, if we go back to their base salary, it wouldn't be added in.
Exactly. So that it wouldn't move further out of range. Because if you continue to apply it to the base salary, it will continue
You to stay out of range.
to increase above the maximum of the range.
Yeah.
And so that is another practice that's being recommended that's not currently in place. And that would be if we, and NFP recommended something similar. And so
Who recommended that? Both of them?
both. And so that would be something that we would recommend. But that, again, that's not contingent on or dependent on which structure you choose. It's just, we would begin doing that or recommend begin doing that.
I think one of the things we need to put it on a performance review is she needs to bring easy to solve problems to us.
Okay, like I said, we can't vote. All we can do is tell you what we like or don't like.
Yes, because what I could do at that point, once if there's a general direction to provide, then HR can work with whichever consultant and iron out these details about, okay, now we know that these are the specific positions that are under minimum. We know what the minimum now is, so we'll be able to provide in conjunction with recommendations for salary request. Any position that's below minimum, we'll also be able to, even if a salary request isn't on file for them, we'll be able to provide a recommendation to court on, okay, these are the exact positions that need to be adjusted to now exist within the structure selected by the court. And so we'll be able to give more accurate information on cost and application, and provide solid recommendations for July 24th, which is when we'll actually be going down through individual requests, line item by line item.
Yeah.
So my goal is working towards the preferred structure and then presenting that for final actual court approval on the regular court agenda, I believe is the 23rd.
What's your recommendation?
To not use our current structure anymore.
That's hilarious.
HR can work within the bounds of either structure, and we see benefits to both. Like Commissioner Smith said, the public sector's structure is very simple. It's straightforward. It's going to be really easy for us to maintain. NFP's structure, there's a little more nuance to it. However, it is more tailored for the positions in question and what their value add to the organization is. So,
And tell me again, who did NFP survey to get to where they are versus public sector used public entities, period?
so the survey, the salary survey information that was used is the same for both.
So NFP used counties, City of Waco, and private employees.
So what we did is public sector created a salary survey report. And so they found the market midpoint for 130 titles. And then for those titles that, weren't included in this list, they worked off of the most similar title or function and then applied that same midpoint. So that report was just handed over to NFP to build out their own structure
Okay,
around,
but they used
based
the
on
same-
their methods, based on their practices.
So
But
the-
the base information
the
they
base
were working off
information.
is the same.
Bell, Brazos, Hayes, Smith, Galveston, Lubbock,
Yeah.
Jefferson,
So they
Webb,
used the
City of
same-
Waco.
Okay, okay, okay.
Okay. Need a recommendation?
I'm with Anna.
I'm like that little duck. If I can't swim, I'll just walk.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think.
Go for it, go ahead.
I tend to lean to the more simple, I know the simplistic in number of pay grades. Okay?
Okay.
12 versus 40. That's my opinion. That's just me.
I really like their upside down pyramid idea.
what might be in the rank and file, what might be the biggest criticism of going with the fewer, pay grades, thank you, yeah.
So there could be two ways really of looking at it. You know, some entry-level positions might see, hey, I'm gonna get to my maximum quicker, maybe my
Yeah.
growth opportunity within my own position isn't as great as maybe some other employees or positions within the county. That can cause a morale issue or it can cause a motivation. Maybe I need to take a more serious look at how do I get to these other positions that have more earning potential. Another way to look at it is because there's only 12 bands, the likelihood of positions that maybe employees often compare their positions to will likely end up in the same band because there's less of them. So that could also result in, okay, well, position in such and such office over there that does very similar things to me. We're in the same band. We have the same earning potential and same midpoint and whatnot. And so.
That's a problem?
No, I would think that's a good thing.
think that's a good-
Yeah,
okay,
I would
okay,
think,
okay.
I would think it would lend
That'd be a
itself,
good thing.
I would think it would lend itself to parity or, the thought that, you know, employees feel like their position is parity with a like position.
So why don't we go with Commissioner Smith's recommendation, but as you're getting into this and really digging, if you see something that concerns you, then you come back and we talk it over again. But
Absolutely.
go that route. Are y'all okay with that? Everybody?
Absolutely. I mean, I think.
And
it's
so
a-
what is the recommendation?
It sounds like NFP's structure.
With a constant with a constant adjustment of 3% every year, or using the
Oh, the
CPI?
calculation.
No,
No.
We'd stay with CPI.
the aging would be,
The aging could
Right.
change as the years go on,
Well,
depending on.
I guess, so is aging CPI? Is aging COLA?
No, they are not
Okay,
the
right.
same thing.
And so that's what that's the same thing that
There's two factors that would create,
that's the same thing that I was thinking.
she's saying use aging
Oh.
based on cost
The
of labor.
3% with NFP, that's just the aging factor. That's not
No.
the CPI. That's
So
not the
what,
COLA?
that 3% that they're recommending is their recommendation for general increase to salaries.
they don't call it COLA.
They call it a general increase. And so there's a little bit of
It
a
would
difference.
take the
in-
place of a COLA, though, right?
That would take the place of a COLA.
Mhm.
Their rule of thumb for aging, their structure, and that's just updating these minimum, midpoints, and maximum, is that whatever rate is used, as long as it's lower than the general increase or cost of living adjustment that's applied. And so if the court were to want to apply a 4% cost of living adjustment to all salaries, then we would know we would need to age the structure at a rate lower than that 4%. And so the rule we would want to apply for consistent aging is the cost of labor index. Which
Okay.
NFP said that is a method that could be used and that the cost of labor we have found is typically lower than rates calculated from CPI or the cost of living adjustment. So they're consistently lower, so it would fall in line with NFP's rule of thumb, age or structure at a lower
And
rate.
then that they'll give us the age, they'll give us the number. And then if we feel we need to add additional to that, we can do that. Because I guess what I'm getting at, they're saying 3%, and we think that CPI is 3.5%.
What the court would have to it sounds like the court wants to continue determining cost of living adjustments applied to salary based on CPI. And so if that's going to continue, then we wouldn't use NFP's 3% general increase recommendation. We want that practice to continue of cost of living adjustments.
The whole reason to use a consistent CPI is to be sure we're competitive, that we're keeping at those things. And so that drives one part of the equation, what salary is. And then the test on that is the aging. So we do the aging effort in that to see if that kept us where we need to be competitive. Is that kind of right, or?
So it would just be, we would calculate a rate every year based on the cost of labor, which is a whole different index in and of
Right.
itself. That is always typically lower than the cost of living adjustment based on CPI. That is what we would apply to the structure itself to age it. And so that follows NFP's rule of thumb. Just whatever you increase this structure by, be sure it's less than your general increase or your cost of living adjustment.
But I would not want this court to lose the discretion to decide how much or if any general increase and aging there is.
Okay.
I don't want us to be put in a situation to where financially it hurts us because we're locked into a policy that says we're gonna age it to a certain
No
percentage.
matter, no matter what we say, we cannot, we
I
are,
don't think we ought ever.
we're in a
narrow it
non-appropriations,
to our region.
which means we can't commit one
We
court.
just don't want it done without,
Yeah,
without
I
us
mean,
having to say,
We can
Next
say,
year, we could come in and say,
wipe it all out. We just say,
okay.
So that could be, which would be an additional, just like I come forward and I recommend, here's our cost of living adjustment recommendation. We would come forward and add an additional item for the court to review.
Taking the 4.31 and moving it over to or the 3.41 and moving it over to the 3.0. So you took,
I just, yeah.
I just would like for us to stay, here's what I can see is if people think, oh, we don't get a cost of living anymore. So all we get is this lower number now. I would want to be able to explain it to the employees well, where they understand
explanation is
that.
very
And it
important.
might be easier to stay with the CPI.
Well, I think it lends itself to also helping us if we do have financial non-favorable financial situation. And moving forward, instead of being in a 3%, we've got to give this 3%.
Call it.
What kind of COLA does the city, we've always kind of based our, what we're gonna do based against what the city.
well, we
city's
talk
COLA.
about it, but I don't say, I don't think.
Have they done it?
They've got a number.
Uh-huh.
I don't know exactly what it is, but
But they usually go off CPI or a little less than that,
well,
right?
that's how they start.
Mhm.
It's like we do. And, in calculating CPI as the driver for COLA, the biggest risk of us not sticking to that is a bad economy.
Yeah.
Is our bad, that we've got problems
Mhm.
and, that are.
But it doesn't sound like that's, with our reliance on property tax instead of sales tax, we don't necessarily.
We shouldn't. That's right.
We don't
I
have
agree
that-
with you,
that
but it
habit.
has happened.
Mhm.
So CPI is driven by a model that's calculation of various factors, but the other is driven by a survey.
Yeah.
Right? It's a survey, what happened.
Bureau of Labor.
Everybody calculated what they thought they needed to do to keep employees and keep them up with the cost of living. But they all had maybe different different answers to that. And this survey figures out what those are and does an average, says here's what actually they did.
Right. It's information from employers. So this is on average the cost of what employers are paying for labor.
Yeah.
And I can, when we come back in, towards the end of July, I can kind of give an overview of what that index, the sources of that index and what makes it up.
The aging would be at 3%. The COLA would be at 3.42%. Is that, am I correct?
There would be no aging in this first year.
Uh-huh.
They're recommending the
But-
structure as as they shared
this-
now.
Okay.
Mhm. And so the aging would occur for fiscal year '26. That's when HR would need to calculate what that aging looks like. And that'll be largely dependent on if, the court is wanting to do a cost of living adjustment, whatever deviation there is from cost of living adjustment, we would pull the cost of labor index and try to apply the same deviation.
So I think we're all sold on the fewer bands that NFP proposes.
Okay.
I think so.
I would agree.
Great.
And their aging process?
That's
But
the
if I'm skeptical, that's
Aging
where
based on the cost of labor.
So that's,
Aging based on
okay,
cost of
all
labor.
right, I got the consternation.
That's the
then.
plan.
So let's take that out, but we like using CPI, we definitely like using CPI for COLA, or less.
Well, so that's our question. Do you use CPI every year, or does the aging adjust CPI after year one? It's a look back. Survey is what everybody did, not what they're gonna do. CPI calculates what cost of living did in the past, and so we need to catch them up, but it doesn't calculate what's gonna happen in the future. So those are the same, but does one adjust the other one from year two on out?
Yeah, cost of labor, the index is similar. It's comparing what the cost of labor was to a previous year to what they're estimating it currently is. So it works very similarly. It's just measuring two different costs. So one is the cost of goods and one is the cost of how much employers are paying for labor.
I'm just trying to think of sectors in the industry that might suffer a depression in a period of time. And we're going there and we're using that data.
Well-
and we're still,
Yeah, think about construction.
Yeah.
Economy
So-
hits the skids.
But
and-
there again, we can change if we wanted to. If we need to, we can change the way some of those are, once we get into it. It's so new now, I think we just have to
Just
kind of feel our way
Anna
through it.
just said something that's real important. That CPA is the cost of goods,
Yeah,
but the
it's that cost of
Cost of
labor.
cost of labor is the actual cost of labor separated
which
out.
is something we need to be concerned with, but the employee needs to be concerned with cost of goods.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that.
And
So
so,
both those balance.
I think it's a very good marker where the structure is based on what employers are paying for labor. However, the individual's salary is gonna still be based on what it's costing
Yeah.
to live.
so if CPI came out and it's a percent higher than the cost of labor, what are we paying?
The CPI, but we would be recommending to base any salary adjustments off that higher rate or the CPI.
CPI? Okay.
Yeah. But we would still age by the cost of labor,
Cost of
Correct.
which, by the way, in California would be greater than here.
Right. We would use a,
CPI would be
Yeah,
too.
it's gotta be
CPI
regional.
would be too.
It's gotta be
So would
state.
cost of labor when you're paying your fast food.
our current CPI for cost of
Mandate,
living
yeah.
adjustment is based on a region, and that same region
Right.
metric follows the cost of labor as well. So we would use that same region.
Well, I feel better
I
now
think we just
knowing
have
that.
to see how it works.
That's exactly it. We're gonna have to do a look back, how,
Yeah, right.
we're gonna have
If
to
we don't
grade
like it
ourselves.
next year,
Yeah.
if it skews everything next
Yeah.
year, we just be like, sorry, Anna.
Yeah.
And that is okay. We can just go on an adventure again next year and find something better.
Obviously, this wouldn't be happening if this wasn't a proven method that these people have experienced.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
What else you need?
I have the information. I think I need to move forward and kind of come back on the regular agenda for a finite cost estimate and an actual
To see that.
approval for the structure and then the position assignments as well.
Yep.
So I have that information. We can move forward from there. I next wanted to just go over with the court, kind of some of these general, big picture metrics that I share with the court about our workforce. And that would be my wrap up.
Time out on salary. When are we going to hear from SO on what they've looked at also and like?
Yeah,
and
they're
what you've looked at and like, and what SO is gonna recommend?
This is all X. This all does not include the SO or the jail, correct?
Right. And so that cost isn't assessed yet, because it's going to depend very much on the structure presented and, approved by court. And so both of the consultants created a min, mid, max. So these same bands in a separate structure for law enforcement and corrections. They don't differ very much from each other, because unlike the core structure that has this different shape to it than the other, that's not really necessarily the case for the law enforcement structure for either consultant. That's why I didn't make it a big conversation piece. Now that we have the direction from the court on let's go with NFP, their structure of min, minimum, and maximum, that's what we'll work together with the sheriff's office to create the tiered structure that David is proposing. The shape of the structure and the amount of steps in the structure, both public sector and NFP have reviewed that, and they say that this is a more typical structure that they see amongst public entities with law enforcement, or public safety position is what both of them call it. And so we have a general shape of what the structure should look like. We have a min, mid, and max. And so having that framework in place, we could also more accurately assess how many steps in each tier and rank, and then create a corresponding cost estimate for the court for that, which I know is the key factor there. But having this direction now brings us much closer to providing that information to the court.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Can we have a quick
Yeah.
5 minutes?
Let's take a 5-minute recess.
Is there anything else in here that we're gonna look at right now?
Yes, sir. It's the next
Recording
section
stopped.
that's titled HR data.
Titled HR data? Okay, gotcha.
you stay out of there. All right, let's call court back in session. Okay. All right, Anna?
Yes, sir. So picking back up on the next section of this compensation review, it just consists of some metrics that I typically provide the court every year for a budget or for the past 3 years. And so these are workforce-wide figures. The first is our current state of staffing, and I present this annually and then also quarterly through our HR activity report. And so it's just been updated with a 2024 projection for turnover, which is the bottom left chart there. And so we could see a history of annual turnover. I've been asked to provide these figures of turnover filtered for just those exits from the county that are related to better job opportunity. So we're working on that. It's a little, there's some new reports that we would need to run, and so that's being done, and I could provide that at a later time. But overall, we're seeing a decrease in turnover, which is great. That means our retention is improving from our pretty tough year of 2022. All departments were experiencing a squeeze there as it relates to employees leaving the county. And then the other chart there on this page is employment applications received. So we're on an uptrend. We're seeing an increase in applications received at the county. That could be accounted for by multiple factors. There's not a particular concrete explanation for that. It could be an increase in the unemployment rate, which is happening. It's also could be attributed to
Better recruiting
our new methods for recruitment campaigns, which now includes streaming radio, social media, as of a year and a half ago, and now we're trying Google ads. We're running our second Google ad for recruitment.
Statistics I saw said that nationwide are fewer job openings, which could also trigger an increase in employment application.
Right. We could be seeing some success with NeoGov. It's our new applicant tracking system that was kicked off in, was that February and March? I don't know, it's all running together, but earlier this year, we kicked off NeoGov applicant tracking, which I found, as well as testers found, to be a little more user-friendly than what our old system was. So we might be able to get applicants, click and submit more often now. So could be multiple factors. The important thing is it seems like our supervisors are having more applications to choose from, which only means better talent coming in.
I've got a question. I think I've seen this number in the last 10 years, but aging of our workforce, that predicts when retirements are near. I don't know if we've done any of that lately, but it could tell us it maybe. I mean, so it might tell us something. I don't know what we do about it, but it might tell us that we're going to have higher percentage of retirees, which means
we need to ramp up our recruitment or get with supervisors about succession planning. Those could be the resulting strategies that we need to.
I know you didn't have much to do and you're twiddling your thumbs, so just adding a little bit to it.
But I can add that.
Hope it's not the last straw.
No, it's not. And we probably have a report that already tells us our retirement population and how our retirement eligible population and how that's changed. And we just need to update that.
TCDRS might be able to tell you that with just a phone call.
I think that's their portal and reporting system is actually very expansive, and so that's where we currently pull the data from. And so we would just need to update it to make it more current, so we could do that.
Okay.
The next page here in the presentation. It just breaks out the turnover by our, by department or department type or department category. So our larger offices are identified there, like the county sheriff's office, the DA's office. And then we created like a courts group so that includes our district, county court at law, courts, specialty courts, and JP courts and pretrial and specialty. So I defined those there in the table, those with asterisks. You can see what departments I included for those figures, but you could see a breakout of those department types broken out for their turnover over the past 5 years. Which helps to see, you know, what types of positions are we struggling to retain or not struggling to retain.
What has made us lower our turnover so much in jail medical? What are we doing? Was it a salary increase?
That's the projected,
Yes, projected, but that's pretty good.
So we actually, since the creation of this table, I think we've had 2 or 3 medical staff exit. And so that's actually now likely different.
It used to be really, really hard to keep those
I
people.
mean, 2020 we're
because
sitting there 31%, and they're down to
the
5%.
Hospitals were paying so much and
COVID, yeah, too. That was-
Doing something right, I don't know.
So there isn't a struggle to retain LVN positions. The LVN positions, the base pay, because how it used to be titled and structured, these positions, there used to be just nurse positions at the jail. And if you were an LVN or an RN, you were in the same slot type. And so that meant the potential budget for LVNs was higher than market, where RNs was lower than market. And so those positions were better defined, and now we have actual position titles that reflect that certification. So we have our LVNs and we have our RNs. And so our LVN pay is very competitive. We probably still need to address RNs. And so my plan coming in, looking title to title, I'm gonna see what market midpoint now with our new salary study, what it says about our RNs.
We bumped LVNs last year, didn't we?
Not LVNs, RNs were adjusted, and I don't know if it was last year, it might have been the year before that. But I know when that was adjusted, there was a note after that adjustment, like, hey, let's revisit this if this isn't working. And so I can break out that turnover even specific to RNs, and then also bump that up against what market midpoint is for those positions. Because I believe there's like a position or 2 positions that haven't been filled for a very long time, and it's likely related to not having a competitive salary for the RNs. Any other questions about this? Okay, we'll move on. So next year, we have just an overview of the cost of living adjustment formula that we use. This formula is copied straight from the Social Security Administration for their cost of living adjustment calculation. And so I try to share that every year. This could be just pulled straight from that government website or federal government website at any time. And then I identify the index that we pull, which is the CPI-W, and we have narrowed that to the South region that includes Texas, among other southern states. Using this 3-month average, applying this formula, applying the CPI-W, we come up with a 3.42% recommendation for cost of living adjustment. The Bureau of Labor Statistics issues out the CPI information monthly, about mid-month. So I hope to be able to provide an estimate that includes June CPI, which I think I typically have done in the past couple of years. I'm able to get up to June for that and give the court that final recommendation.
Under that formula, theoretically, you could have a negative.
So I was just had that same thought. I mean, Yeah, you
Theoretically.
could, you could.
If B was bigger than A,
Deflation.
That sucks.
you could end up with a negative code. Okay, anyhow.
Math-wise, yes. Market-wise, I would not be able to explain
Now.
how
we
or
have to
why or.
Let it catch up, catch back up.
And so
Possible.
what I'll try to do is the way I've reviewed this formula, this cost of living adjustment, the source for it, and what this index is measuring. I'll try to provide that same definition and review for cost of labor. Now that we have a sense of direction on maintaining a structure moving forward, I'll provide that as well.
It'll be very interesting to see what happens when, even after, so like I've heard there's estimates of huge amounts of money that are just still in government, like our government money, our ARPA money that's just still sitting on the sidelines, just waiting to go. And when that finally goes and it's all gone, if there's a change in administration, what does happen, to the.
So next year, we have a review of incentive pay. So NFP, she touched on that. Megan touched on that this morning when reviewing her presentation. And so she reviewed the mechanics and the policy of our incentive pay program. So just reiterate what she mentioned in the morning. The program itself seems to be accomplishing some of the organizational goals, and the pay, like the table, which is 1% to 3% table, she, in her review with us, said that those are in line with typical market merit pay programs that she has seen. So percentages and methodology, she didn't have any recommendations for changing. She said we should leave those alone. What she did recommend was creating a more clear and concise communication of the policy for the purposes of recruitment, which makes sense. It feels like we're probably not leveraging this tool in the best way for recruitment purposes. And so I think our focus has been retention and not recruitment. So that definitely made sense. And so we're taking that recommendation and we are taking the feedback from court. We recently had incentive pay budget approved before court, and we requested feedback from offices on administration of the program and what they've been experiencing, along with feedback from the court. And so we want to merge all that together and change the factors that play into incentive pay. It's not ready likely for rollout for FY25. This is likely something that will be ready for FY26. So in the meantime, HR would recommend continuing the incentive pay as it currently exists. We usually always do a 2% budget, but if we're looking to replace or revise this program in the following year, increasing it to a 3% budget to see how supervisors and elected officials administer that program with the possibility of a 3% payout for folks. So that would be HR's consideration. Continue it and have the court decide whether a 2% or a 3% budget would be, since there's plans in the works to present a revision or replacement for the court in FY26.
If you put a percent in, lock it in, can we legally go more than that? Or does that take a budget amendment? Is that legal? Like if we locked in a percent to start the budget year for next year, say, we're gonna do 2%. and we decided we wanted to do 3%, you could still do that without any problem.
Yeah, as long as you could move from another line, I think.
As long as you
I know
move.
that there's on the policy side, I think, does that need to be communicated a year before though? Like if that percentage was gonna change?
No, the policy.
Budget-wise, we would be good.
I was just
Yeah,
curious.
I think the policy, the way it's written, related to, it actually leaves that budget, overall budget, up to the commissioner's court discretion every year. What doesn't change or has to have this year in advance policy revision and communication is the actual eligible payouts for employees, the individual payouts. So that's that 1 to 3% table, depending on what score you get.
Because the last few years, I think for you, a few years, no, 2 years, we haven't included incentive pay in the budget.
Okay.
So like right now, we still will clean up with the budget amendment after those, if it's approved and after those amounts are.
Yes. It's been, I think it's the last 2 years that we've
Yeah, I
filled it
hesitate
in.
to talk too much about it until we know what this new salary structure is gonna cost us, to be honest with you.
That's fair, yeah.
I know it's important, I know it's done what it's supposed to, it really has, and I certainly am not in favor of getting rid of it. I just think we've got to look at what the new salary structure, when we see the whole picture.
Definitely.
And really, right now, question where it says areas for improvement, better communication with people coming in as far as hiring. You have to be here a year to qualify for the incentive? Is there
Yes, sir.
you have to be here a full calendar year? Employment
Yes.
year. So in reality, a person coming in, it's hard to tell them you qualify for incentive pay. You have to tell them once you've been here for a year, then you qualify, okay.
And that's pretty common, way most of
Yeah,
them
I
say.
understand.
I did notice that one of your, I believe, recommendations was, to look at tenure.
Yes, and so that's based off of the feedback received, gathering feedback in preparation for incentive pay, budget requests, bringing that to the court and incorporating the court's own feedback. And so a factor of longevity or tenure was a common.
So, and the reason why that came up is because there used to be longevity pay and it was cut. And I'm not sure this is where you want to put it. I may be wrong, and I'm open for discussion, obviously, but someone's performance, and generally the people that have been here and know the ropes and all are more productive and, but sometimes there might be someone that's maybe not pulling their load or whatever, and
Right.
they therefore would not be considered for an incentive for doing good work, but yet qualify for the tenure side, I'm not sure about putting both those in the same bucket.
And we don't have to. We don't have to put them in the same boat if the court wishes to continue the program purely based on performance. I mean, that could definitely continue. I think what having the feedback, and we just shared that with NFP, and this is some of the feedback on the program, because that's kind of some of their, that's how their whole study kind of took place, is interviewing, to see what is the feedback you're getting on this program, sharing that with them. They're like, okay, well, this is a way you can incorporate that factor. If it's a value to your organization, you can incorporate that factor in this way, which is a matrix style payout table that allots value based on tenure, and then also allots value or payout based on a performance score. And
Maybe we can see a model of both.
definitely, that would be, that's why I'm recommending kind of, hey, let's look at this for fiscal year 26, because I would like to bring multiple options to the court on how to administer that and what factors to take into account when deciding a payout. And one of the options could be, a standalone, maybe performance and performance
Sometimes
program.
there's non-cash incentives for tenure, which is more PTO time and those kind of things. And, you know, it's, and then the other thing is, one of the incentives to stay is the fact that, county, matches your investment in your retirement 2.5 times. And watching that grow, you know, it's a pretty good return. It's 250% return on your investment, besides the 7%. And, 6, I thought it was 7.
I thought it was 7.
We haven't gone back to 7 yet. We're still at 6.
Do you mean the 7% compound interest rate?
Yeah,
Oh, I thought you were talking about out of your paycheck.
no, I'm saying, yeah, I see what you're, no, I was talking about the guaranteed
Guaranteed rate of
compound
return.
interest rate, yeah.
So speaking of that, if you'll go onto the TCDR website and you'll, let's say you want to spend your whole working career here at McLennan County, the exponential growth of your retirement account at the end years, I mean, it's something to see. Yeah, It
So-
is a great program if you stay through your entire, paying into it your entire working career.
That back end
Yeah,
load is
yeah,
huge.
I mean, it's exponential.
It's a great program. We try to communicate its greatness amongst new hires. Coming in, Stacy, our benefits manager, she will conduct benefit orientation and actually model potential payouts depending on how long you stay in a particular position.
Plug those numbers in, let them.
This is the value at the end of a career here. This is what you can actually see in a payout. And some really absorb that information, and we have a population that might call a few weeks after their orientation and ask, what's this TCDRS amount coming out of my pay stub? Can we reduce it? Can we lower that? And so it's another education opportunity. No, that's actually this thing, if you remember in orientation. And there's still kind of this disconnect of perspective and value. The value is there, and I don't think that's questionable. It's just finding a way to better communicate that to an employee base or a section of an employee base that might not see themselves here for 25 years.
The other person doesn't. Yeah. It's difficult to explain that.
So,
All right.
incentive pay, yes. So that's our recommendation for incentive pay. The next piece here I have is, which I provided last year as well, is just general references here for what other employers are paying in health plan, what employers are paying per employee for health plan and retirement. I have there for reference, and this is just from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. In that first column, I have the private employer annual per employee cost for the South region. As of June 2024, you could see we're doing much better than private average employee cost. And because our column for reference is the very last column, the far right column. That's our 2024 annual per employee cost on the right. And so a note about the retirement, that's a hard number to estimate. We should see that more as the actual value the employee can expect to see out of it, not necessarily what the county is paying per employee, because that's going to fluctuate every year. And so that's just a general idea of what that value is in a benefit package. So we also included in that middle column the state and local government annual per employee cost. This is a nationwide figure. Bureau of Labor Statistics does not narrow this figure or this employee cost by region, unfortunately.
If it's national, how is it state and local?
So that would be.
It's not a nationwide cost if it's state and local.
So state and local agencies reporting nationwide, so that could be the state of Washington and, the state of Maryland would be included in this survey. And these are state agencies, state agencies. in
Yeah,
local government.
I can imagine that California probably just pays their,
Right.
there's no,
So it's not as a helpful a reference as it
Yeah,
is, as like
I
our state of
agree.
Texas comparison. So there we have
yeah.
the state of, agency of
it would be good
Texas.
to know the city of Waco's cost on this.
I think we've requested that information.
Yeah.
There's a little asterisk there, so that information, we're actually I think we're waiting on a publication, because that information is from 2022, and there's a publication scheduled for actually this month, beginning of this month.
Where's
So-
your asterisk?
So for the state of Texas. So we're waiting on that publication. It is
The number she has there is kind of old.
it's from 2022, and they publish every,
You know what's going on.
every other year, not annually. And so we're waiting on that figure. And I think I have this vacancy history slide is next. So I was asked to put together a history of vacancy counts amongst departments. And so that's the table I have here. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I'm realizing how tiny these numbers look.
Now, these are budgeted positions that not filled. Not necessarily the same position, but there's slots open within that department each year.
Yes, and they're budgeted, so we have removed
paying
dollar placeholders and,
We do have some dollar placeholders mixed in there, or we have
no,
actual-
we've removed that. We have removed
Oh,
that
we
from.
removed that. These are actual dollars and cents.
That we're actually budgeting these and they're empty.
So, you know, if you just take the last, which I'm just using it as an example, the last four, and took half of those away, 5, 6, 11, 19, 26 times $50,000, you're talking about a lot of money.
Yeah, we gotta do something different there, especially.
19.
So what I've done in that right-hand column these are our current vacancies, our 2024, as of, I pulled the report July 1st. This number can fluctuate on a payroll period basis. And so I ran that, and then I filtered for any department with 2 or more vacancies. We had a lot of, departments that only had 1 vacancy, and I reviewed those departments just to see how long they've been vacant, even those single positions in a department. None of them have been vacant for more than a year. And so I didn't include those in this report, because I don't think that was, the information that the court was seeking. I will say departments like the county clerk, district clerk, and engineering department, this is where this report's a little difficult, because the vacancy number for any particular fiscal year is an average number. And so there have been instances for each of those offices where they were fully staffed throughout that fiscal year. But because of the average, it's coming up on this report, and so these are offices I wouldn't necessarily be flagging or where it does start to see, where we do see common vacancies would be from jail medical moving on, where these would be common. What I do see here is all of these numbers for these departments where it is more common, they trend downward. So that's either by way of the court pulling back on positions, or just the positions are getting filled at a slow rate or at a slow pace, but they're starting to get filled and are beating our turnover
Well, we know
rate.
we took away some of them.
Right. Mhm.
But if you just took the last 4 mentioned and set a minimum $50,000 and took half of what is there, That's $1.3 million.
And I think it's more like $52,000.
Well, I was just using 50 as a round.
Right.
That doesn't even count benefits or anything.
Right,
But
yeah.
just straight salary at
So, and
50,000.
then you add in benefits, it's
Probably
probably,
200,
you're up in the $60,000.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have flagged the county sheriff's office too. So that is also a department that typically doesn't have vacancies. So you could see FY '23, they only had one. And so that,
And so now they're at 12?
yeah, so that is another office that doesn't typically have that many vacancies. So you could see FY '20, they only had on average 5, FY '22 an average 5, and then last year just an average of 1. And so that wouldn't be a department I would necessarily lump into this group of potential.
I just wonder if we take and this is big picture philosophical, and it may be against the law, and who knows, I mean, but what if we were to take all those empty positions and put a $1 placeholder on them and then increase our contingency by $1 million or something like that? I mean, that would save us some money.
Yes, so I think, I mean, you know, in the local government code, it says that you're to set the number of positions with the salary tied to them. And so if you pulled some out, just like we have cut vacancies the last couple of years, those are just pulled out, but I know the intention has always been, hey, if you get fully staffed and you have a need, you know, come back to us. We could add new positions, you could pull from contingencies. So I think I think you're thinking along those, yeah.
That's 71 positions would be $4.260 million.
I think that's a pretty good investment. I mean, I think that's a good, I think that, and that whittles down on that $13 million
Yeah. but
that
so if
I'm
you add it-
concerned with.
If you add it to the contingency, you're still putting it in the budget, so.
You are.
You're
But
switching.
you wouldn't add the whole thing to, I'm only talking to adding like $1 million of it, that's all.
Yeah, you can do that. But I always look at that as those unfilled positions that we funded and we taxed for them.
Yeah, right.
Is there a contingent liability, the way we've been operating, that we pay back at the end of the year by spending our unassigned fund balance on the next year's budget?
Mm-hmm.
In other words, we're pushing it, but it is.
Yeah.
I think
It's kind of
the
saving
way you're
some
talking
each
about
year
it
to
helps.
move.
You don't have to explain as much about how you do it to fix it. It might be a better idea, at least in part, doing what you're saying. But I always look at it as a contingent liability.
And when you've managed to make this list for 5
Well,
or 10
it's-
years in a row, there should be an evaluation that goes on about, did you really ever need those spots?
Yeah, and we did make that effort the last few years and cut some of those out.
So is it,
But we still have more.
Yeah, they're still there, yeah.
so back to your contingent liability, is a contingent liability a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I'm saying that although we doing one thing that's not good by taxing something that's not gonna cost us, we're giving it back to them by applying it in the future. To the next
year.
Yeah, next year. So I'm just looking at it as a contingent we owe it back to them.
Mm-hmm.
But then, you know, Judge,
They're
talking
still
about
getting a
that
service for it,
scenario,
so.
when we're doing that consistently,
Yeah.
and 1 year when we do hit and we spend all of our expenditures, then we're gonna have to, because we've been relying on that fund balance, like we were talking about yesterday, we'd have to increase the tax rate drastically all at once. And so this way we're doing it, it's kind of getting us, we could be in a pickle 1 year if.
Yeah,
if-
we don't wanna
so-
be in a position that we're reactionary.
Well, then maybe you do put half the amount
Contingency.
in contingency, a little more in contingency.
Yeah. But that, that was the whole reason to establish the 33%. But when we go over that, it makes sense to peel off everything that's over that and apply it, and soften the blow back, give it back to the.
I don't know how long you want to continue to take in 135 million and spend 143 million. Is that good policy?
Well, you're just
If
using your
your
fund
expenditures
balance.
exceed your revenues
have
every
to.
year, at some point you want to quit doing that, don't you? Unless, because you're continuing to pull from your
Yes.
unassigned.
Well, but, yes, but
But our fund balance is always,
it still grows every year.
Yes.
It grows every year.
So the trick that we've been trying to do is not a knee-jerk reaction of going, gosh, let's go with
We took
a
the
4-cent
cushion.
tax cut.
Then if it's growing every year, at a certain point, when do you want it to stop?
Well, we've continued to bring the tax rate down to try and offset
true.
that.
That's
And,
true. That's
You
true.
know, and nothing says that we can't continue that, but.
And I'm not saying, I wouldn't say you want it to stop. The growth,
Growth what?
well, you said, maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying you wanted the growth to stop.
No.
The growth in our tax
At what point do you
base.
stop creating a budget in red? A expenditure. In other words, every year our budget
But
take in
Well, if-
we
less than
right-sized
what we
it.
spend.
It's a plug number. What we did is reach back. So we saw that we had this extra cash out here. So we we offset that cash. We right-sized that budget by bringing back the unassigned fund balance over and above 33. That's what brings it back up, balanced budget.
Right.
and having that policy with that 33%, that percentage, that helps it, that helps you manage it, that makes it manageable, and you have something to go back to. Let's get back to that 33% or a minimum of 33%.
Close to it anyway.
And then back to what you're saying, Commissioner, if every year we have a certain budget, but we're putting more money back into reserve, then how accurate was that budget to start with? Was there fluff in there that didn't need to be in there?
Well, a budget as large as ours, you're always gonna have, talking about 5%, when you look at the number, like the millions, it's huge, but then you look at 5% and you're like, okay,
Yeah, it's relative.
my personal budget, if I was in 5%, I'd be like, okay, I did, okay. So, I think taking it like that and looking at it different ways, but you're always gonna
There's
have,
100 different ways to look at it.
you're always gonna have a gap there.
Yeah.
It's just, we have way too many things, activities going on to budget, like,
To the penny.
perfect. I mean, you just
Zero
can't.
percent.
Yeah,
You
zero
absolutely
budget.
can't. You look at
Never gonna
indigent
happen.
defense and having capital
I know
cases
it's
or
a-
not
it's a-
capital cases.
It's a philosophical deal.
I'm for zero budgeting though, so that's just me.
And do away with the 33%.
I don't know. I mean, we're insured. We pay insurance on all these buildings. We,
Might want to borrow money in our bond rating.
well, true, and, I mean, but, generally, that bonding is, done on, future revenues.
It's also done on reserve.
So, right, and I mean, I'm not saying get rid of the reserves completely, but, I mean, instead of having, having $13 million, requesting $13 million more than you're actually gonna spend from one year to the next, to me, that's just, I mean, that's almost 10% of our total budget, that's 7 or 8% of our total budget.
But yet everybody is asking for 5% more in their budget. Or I'm using that as a round figure.
And that's what I'm,
And that's without having spent what they currently have.
yeah, that's what I'm,
But
but I think the large portion of that is that gray column right there.
that, and then the piece to it that is just understood that, well, not budgeting correctly. We had one year at an instance where it came in and gas prices had bottomed out, and yet there was a department that requested an increase in fog. And it's like, why would you do that when gas prices are half of what they were the previous year? And a response was, well, I was always just told to bump it up about 5 or 6% every year.
Exactly.
And that's,
I look at it.
yeah.
You're right, Commissioner.
But I think we've done a lot of education.
We have.
We review all of those, like I said, like if,
Yeah.
And you can't just bring it all the way down every year. You
Yeah.
have to kind of chip away at it, talk with the department, understand what their needs are. And so, but we are trying to make efforts there.
I wonder who could live with it if you told them your budget's gonna be the same this coming year as it was
You can't
this year.
provide the same services.
I don't know. That's what I'm
Well,
asking.
one year we made them cut it by, what was that? We had everybody or send a budget in that cut it by 5 or 6%.
We cut everybody's salaries.
Well, this was,
Everybody
I
else?
all got here, this was Jim's last year. And we had to go in and just tell all the departments, go back to the study and cut it. And, 'cause we were not in great shape.
Was that the 13 budget?
That was
Yes.
before, it was the 12.
Yes, it was 2012 leading up into,
It was not pretty.
Fiscal year
That doesn't
13.
sound good.
I think so, because I think the first year we did it was 13.
That's why you want adequate reserves, so you don't have to take drastic measures.
No. What is blinking?
He was doing that earlier.
Yeah.
It's been doing it all day.
It's got like a checkerboard or
Look at me
something.
like-
Is somebody trying to hack us or?
Where?
I think
There you
it's
go. Oh, I
sure
see.
going bad on us. It's getting worse and worse.
It's not on the Zoom.
No,
Click share.
it's only the link between the computer and the monitor.
The TV.
It's doing it.
Never had confidence in ClickShare.
Selling my stock.
Tell me what all this has to do with Anna's request. I'm sorry.
Anna who?
We got off
That's
on,
okay.
sorry, Anna.
No,
That's
that's,
just how we budget for these, how we budget for these vacancies.
I figured this slide would spur some conversation on how the court wanted to move forward. So, this was that's why I had this last. There's no other overall or overarching data I have to share today, and just what I could share now is kind of the timeline moving forward. Yes, sir.
Before we get off the vacancy history, are we of the opinion together that we're gonna put a dollar placeholder on all these?
I'm for it.
And then create a contingency somewhere between half to less than half of what the total positions would be valued at?
Take juvenile off your list at the moment.
How come?
That would have to be a completely different,
Because that's
We
the,
don't make a
Action.
call on that.
Right.
We don't pay for them?
Different budget.
yeah,
we
but
They're already,
we can
do,
talk
but
about
you
that.
don't- but
their
you don't have a
budget's
say.
already, their budget's already set though.
Yes, but,
and I
you
would,
approve the transfer, so we can, if that's something we want to,
I'm just
we'll have to
wondering,
figure out with all
I'm
the,
just wondering if you tell everybody that.
But can we
all of a
change
sudden
that
have a
in their
dollar
budget?
placeholder in their budget, are they gonna
There's some
sharpen their
options.
pencils a little bit more?
I would also recommend not including the county sheriff in that plan, just because of the previous year vacancy was one. So,
God, I already eliminated him.
so there's the changes, there's no pattern there, so there is likely a
But
need
you think they're gonna
for-
fill 12 positions this year?
But the money's still there, right? We're not removing the money, we're just putting it in a different, we're putting it in contingency. If they hire somebody, then we take it back out of
I would say if
contingency.
you've got any vacancy, no matter what to be fair,
Yeah. She's just saying juvenile because we don't
Yeah.
approve that budget.
Yeah, that's a different.
well, and I understand that, yeah. I
And
understand.
I'm just saying county sheriff, just based on the previous year, so any,
But I'm saying,
but yeah.
if you got a vacancy, whether it's 2 or 17, it's at this time of you know, and you're requesting it, then it's at the $1, to be fair.
If they hire, then we pull that money out, but we're putting it over in contingency. We're not putting the full value of 61 positions in there.
So they'd have to come to court,
Right.
because they have an opening and they're out there advertising. And they get an applicant,
Could be a delay.
and then that puts it off 2 weeks to
But-
hire them, although
I mean, not necessarily, because it gets approved in court anyway, doesn't it, or not?
Has to come to court anyhow to hire them.
Not for the county sheriff's office. The only time it comes to court is
Oh,
if
is
it's
that-
a constable deputy or if we're rehiring a retiree. Those appointments or hires, those are the ones coming to court.
But we could still allow HR, and you're not gonna let them hire or get themselves in a pickle, so we could still do it and just come back and approve it. based upon HR's recommendation, right? Let them go through the hiring process, get them in, and then just come back and,
I don't know, can I do that? I don't think.
I don't know
think we
that we're
would-
saving anything.
Yeah.
by doing
We
it.
need like a set salary, even though it's a step, even though it's a
Well,
set.
if
Judge,
you're
what it keeps us
Yeah.
from doing is spending that, is moving it to another line item somewhere and
Yeah.
spending it. I
Yeah.
guess. is-
That will, now that we do oversee, they can't do that without this court approval.
But when was the last time we didn't approve the big line item transfer it's set October or after October?
Oh, to like to clean
The
up.
big cleanup.
Yes,
We've never not approved that, that,
And that's a lot of, like benefits and things. Sometimes people move between departments, things
Right.
get off, but.
That idea.
I mean, the other thing, and I'm saying this without, I need to think on it some more, but we talked about like even a vacancy factor. So you, instead of having placeholders, you leave those positions at the set amount, but you only budget for 90% of it or something. So, kind of the same thing. It's just that the budget amount doesn't necessarily tie to that listing. They still have the authority that would,
That would
That would
solve
solve
for
that
the
problem, but-
having to come to court. I could,
and then we would just need to do a budget amendment if needed.
and that's when that would have that approval if they ever made it past that factor of 90% or whatever the threshold
That's the
was.
whole more
That's where
reason
we've
to have
seen
all that
other
in.
yeah.
entities do things
Interesting.
like that.
Yeah.
But
That's a
it's
good
all-
solve for that.
We'll need to make sure that
That's, so, Commissioner Perry poses a good question. The unassigned fund balance, does it sit separately in an account somewhere, or is it pooled with all of our other cash?
So our cash, for the most part, there are some things that we have to have in separate bank accounts.
Yeah.
But we operate our pooled cash, so.
So it's
you have
all a pool.
One account, yes.
Mhm.
And so within, like, if you look at our books, pooled cash is Fund 999. And so in 999, you have all these liabilities. And so they're liabilities to all of our different funds. And so in general fund, you'll have a liability in 999 to general fund. And in that liability is that fund balance. But that fund balance it's a balance sheet account. It's what your revenues and expenditures close out to at year end. So when, it is just sitting, that was a long answer to your question,
But
but,
it's drawing interest though.
oh, yes, for sure.
Okay, so the point being, if we were just kicking around, why would we leave $7
But it-
million,
But it's still drawing interest if it's,
even if it's not spent? I see
even
what
if
you're
it's
saying.
not
Yeah.
spent, it's still drawing the same
Yeah,
interest.
because
Yeah,
it's
it's
not
still-
going directly to the department, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
So today, we had a control opportunity that we missed.
Told you.
And it was, we allowed a transfer from a full-time employee category, $7,500, to other services and charges. And in that discussion earlier in the meeting, we actually talked about, don't do that.
Yes.
So,
And so this is where I'm with you on that, on moving, and we could just set hey, we don't move from salaries to other lines. But it's still your discretion to approve those.
We
I
say
think
that, but then when it comes, push comes to shove and.
Well, I think
make
some
it
of these, you have a department that.
Don't
has-
make it a policy.
because we miss these opportunities, we're not doing our job, we create all this other stuff that we start hiding this money that we're gonna have to bring back out anyway. I don't see that we're gaining anything through this. I think right here during this is where the buck stops right here.
I agree, Judge. The only thing I would say is it would make other elected officials, department heads budget better, knowing that you're not gonna be able to move money from salaries to,
So that's where I think it starts in the beginning, it starts in October. You don't have, let's get rid of rid of the fluff. Let's get rid of the cushion.
So the cushion.
And have a cushion that we have all the control over in a contingency account.
We got it just the way, right now, we've got every bit of control that we would have making this change by reviewing first of all, whenever they turn in all these, everything that's in the gray, we approve that. We already approved it. And so we taxed for it and we funded it, and so it's not it's not the question of whether we have the funds or not, because we asked the taxpayers, because we believe that, you know, they needed every one of these positions. And so the money came in and it's in these slots. And these slots are within the budget of the elected official or department head. So whenever they decide that, oops, my supplies is low and, you know, I don't need to fill this position anyway, which they didn't tell us that back in the budgeting process, then they come in here, they ask Francis to prepare a transfer, and we approve it right here. What is different between the money coming in, it's going over in the contingency, and we have to approve it right here?
Well, so I'm talking about having a delta. I'm talking about not having an entire salary in the budget. So what I'm talking about is having a $1 placeholder where all these vacancies are, no matter what the vacancy is, to be fair and transparent. Nobody gets a break. And then what did we decide, Jim, that all these vacancies cost? What the total amount on the vacancy
Well,
would
it said
be?
there's 78 vacancies right there, and and you were figuring 60,000, so what's that? That's over $4.2 million. 80 vacancies would be 4.8 million at 60,000.
So you got $4.2 million that you pull out, and then to put in the contingency, let's just put half of that in the contingency. You've saved $2.1 million
Not if they fill
to
the
the budget.
positions. So what are you gonna do?
How much is left in our operating contingency right now? Uh-huh.
While she looks that up,
I mean, we're
that.
we're at pretty much a record low in vacancies right now for the last her chart, we're at a record low right now.
Yeah, the amount, I just based off salary, throwing that into my table is $4,367,007, but that also includes those departments that have single vacancies, so I could filter for that. It's not that many.
If you put half of it in contingencies, at $60,000 each, you could hire 39 of those positions during the year and be even on what you'd put into contingency for it. Does that make sense?
And so,
How many
how many new hires did we have
How many new hires did we have this year?
this year?
So
Probably averaging.
while she's figuring that, how much did we budget for? We budget for all these requests because we approved it, right?
All of these were approved, is that
No,
correct?
all these
In
have
the-
been, all
We
of these
taxed.
vacancies are 100% funded, correct?
Yes.
Yep. We taxed the people we taxed the property owners for those.
You're saying cut that expense in half and don't tax them for it. And then we just draw out a contingency to cover it.
Yeah, we have a special contingency plus our other countywide contingency, which is how much is left in there?
So currently we have 730,000 left. We started with 1.5, so we've spent about half. Looking at previous years, we usually spend it down to zero because, so incentive pay.
But you don't spend it down to zero until the budget year is finished, right?
Yes, so you always have the things that go over medical services, autopsies, those things that
Yeah.
sometimes get out of our control. Incentive pay, we haven't done a budget amendment for incentive pay, so if we want that to come from there, but.
What
half we've
was the
spent.
amount for incentive pay last year? I mean, it's not a lot. It's not a big percentage.
425, 450.
It's not a-
We can pull
not a
it
big
up.
amount, so. All right.
Then the only other thing I would ask is that there's a portion of that that goes directly to the health fund, correct, to our insurance. Would that make a difference if we, because every position,
We've-
whether it's filled or
we've-
not, we're
that's a-
still
that's-
putting money in, right, to our health fund for it?
Yes.
So, yeah,
So,
that's a.
so the way that works is at one point, Randy McGraw said, you need X amount of dollars to keep this fund afloat right now. So we divide that we divide it by the number of employees, that are, or the number, excuse me. We divide that by the number of positions that are approved, no matter if they're filled or not, and we came up with a number. So let's say it's just roughly $7,000. And so that's what we put in for every position, whether it's funded or not, because, through all of the actuarial evaluations and calculations and all the things he does, he came up with that lump sum. And so that's what he's showing we need to keep it going. When we add positions or take them off, we don't change the total. We know that he based that on the number of positions at the time. So if you cut 10 positions, if you added 10 positions, we would just continue to push or pull away that same amount. I don't know if I'm explaining that very well. So if it was 7,000, and so in it, it's still all in our bank accounts.
So this
You
wouldn't
have-
triple funding to the health plan in any way, it would still?
I would say no. And then, those are things that are reviewed every year. I know it's, even with we had the increase last year, so I think we're in a good place there. And I think it would take a while for you to be able to see that
The impact.
that difference there, yes. So,
I don't know if this is still needed, but new hires is 142 this fiscal year to date.
Hires?
142
142.
full-time hires, 142. So projected, if we span that out for the remainder of the fiscal year, it'd be a total of 189. And then we have currently 5 status forms actually for this coming pay period of hires for the SO. 5 hires, so those are potentially 5 slots filled off of this list.
So I guess where we go from here is Francis can put the numbers in, and we can see what it looks like.
Sure.
and to answer that last question about incentive pay, last year it was $425 plus taxes and benefits, so it comes out to about $525 roughly with all of that. This year we're estimating $450, so a bit more, but
Yeah.
plus taxes and benefits.
And then back to my higher figure, narrowed to the SO, the sheriff's office, it's 83 hires fiscal year to date. 83.
How many departures? Because that's what's gonna net out at, right?
And we're seeing across county-wide a decrease in turnover. So I would expect that to be similar for the sheriff's office.
Good idea though, Judge. I think it'd be, if Francis could put it.
Yes, and we'll work with HR and kind of make sure we're understanding the figures.
These numbers, yes, I'll show you the,
Because I know that could have already changed.
right now,
Today.
it changed in this next pay period, the number's already different, so, yeah. But I'll show y'all the spreadsheets and
Okay.
pivots and stuff behind it.
I will be curious to see how many different departments or offices or whatever who have historically moved money now won't have that capability with personnel. We'll be looking to come back and say, hey, I may want to
And I think you're looking at
adjust my,
You're looking at a very small amount of departments and a very, actually, kind of isolated category too, like law enforcement. And so, anyway, so yes, we can kind of study what has been moved and why. I know sometimes it's been overtime, so we've moved from full-time to overtime in the
Right.
big amounts that I'm thinking of.
yeah. And we
Because
don't
there
want-
was
We don't want to,
vacancies.
we don't want to
Things like that.
handicap them from being able to use overtime when they've got to, by statute, they've got to have so many people there.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. And then, I'm not gonna say that online, but
And overtime has decreased quite a bit this year, has it not?
I'm just gonna say that maybe what we have been presented in the past wasn't exactly correct. And you know,
Okay, what's next? Oh, I
So,
don't want to go there.
so from here, forward, my plan is to shore up the NFP implementation, cost implementation, and present that for approval on the 23rd, the regular agenda, and then I'm on schedule to come back to budget work session for personnel on the 24th. And this is where in the last few years, we go line by line with Haley's spreadsheet and review each individual request that I've already assessed a recommendation for, or a direction to go off of for the court. And so it'll include requests made by officials or initiated by officials, and then it'll also include recommendations from HR based on this NFP implementation, recommendations to bring positions to the newly established minimum of whatever corresponding pay grade. So those positions might not have a request associated with them from the department. So we'll be working on reconciling that entire list of positions to review for the court on and have it ready for the 24th.
Okay. And that's under position request. You're talking about the new positions, these
Both.
14.
It'll be both. It'll be just salary adjustments. We have departments who've requested salary increases for existing positions, and then we have about 14 adds to staff.
But you have to see how those salary requests
I tell you
plug
what,
into those, that new matrix
Exactly.
that's been created.
Exactly.
positions when we've got.
And I would go on record as saying, until we see what the total cost of this new salary implementation is,
Yeah,
I'm on hold on new position requests.
same for me.
We're on hold anyway until we adopt the budget. so
You're
you-
right, you're right.
You can change anytime.
But I need to see those numbers first before we see
Right.
what these look like.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Are there any other items or points of research the court would like in preparation for the 24th or the 23rd and 24th?
I think we just, I know we discussed in our workshop, another crew in Road and Bridge that would be able to do, we need to figure that in, and then at some point, I'm gonna probably make a presentation as well on some additional members in Precinct 4. I'm kind of waiting to see how all this works out. I was just thinking the other day with regards to personnel.
Yeah.
So we did some figuring. We've got enough ditch work in Precinct 4. It's 800 miles of ditch work. When you consider we've got 400 miles of road, you have two sides to each of
It's
it.
two sides.
We got 800 miles of ditch, and we're not getting able to any of it right now because of all the issues that we're having. So
We're getting phone calls on grass and getting high.
On the schedule, tentatively, I had put in to talk about Road and Bridge just as a whole or whatever topics on Tuesday, July 23rd. So I don't, if you just.
That'd be great.
I know I made sure Zane was available that day too, so that he could join so,
Who is?
Zane.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure, but we can move this schedule around. I just wanted to point that out.
Salary recommendation.
okay.
It won't be.
All right, Alan, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else?
You've earned your money today.
Justin, you have anything?
No, sir, we should be good.
Francis, Haley, anything else?
We're good. We'll see y'all next Tuesday.
Okay. All right. If not, we stand adjourned. It is 3:08.